Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 6 o'clock p.m. according to Verizon Wireless, so I call this meeting of your Pontiac City Council to order. We'll begin with invocation, and I anticipate that it's the Reverend Dr. Christopher Johnson of All Saints Episcopal Church that will be providing this evening's invocation. If you could turn the microphone on, you got it.
Let us pray. Holy God, in your word you have given us a vision of that holy city to which all the nations of the world would bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, Pontiac and all the cities of the earth. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Bestow upon those who hold office in this city the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Help us to celebrate Juneteenth as a reminder that we must preserve and learn from the stories of those who lived through slavery and its aftermath here in North America, that this remembrance is so that all God's children living today and in the future can know the stories of those who came before them. Help us continue our work to build a Pontiac community where LGBTQIA+ people are celebrated as full and equal members, recognizing their many gifts. Free us from rigid categories and grant us the grace of interwoven identities. With the vibrant colors of your rainbows, lead us beyond black and white thinking to experience the whole spectrum of life. Comfort and relieve those challenged by serious and chronic mental and emotional illnesses. Give your power of healing to those who tend to their needs, that those who suffer may be strengthened and in their weaknesses and have confidence in your loving care. Help us to provide for those who seek a safe, warm place to call home, a place where personal dignity and self-respect may prevail. Through all this, may Pontiac be a place where our community leaders can discern sound business opportunity without sacrificing human compassion and responsibility. All this we ask through the grace, mercy, and power of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you could remain standing, this evening we'll acknowledge those in recent weeks our community has lost. Earlene Adams, Carol Bentz, Denise Bigelow Trevino, Cheryl Bland Splood, Jack Blaylock, Harold Burgess, Hazel Cadd, Linda Capel Pescor, Carrie Carroll Sr., Kenneth Chansey, John Chasteen, Kenny Core, Janella Kraft Johnson, Desiree Cunningham, Elar Daniels, Nancy DeRousha, Charles DeShane, Skylar Ebersol, Paul Felice, Lois Finley, mother of Deborah Findley, employee of the city of Pontiac at the senior centers, Maria Flores, Gary Franklin, Aaron Ganner, Fran Gooch, Tony Graham, Dr. Calandra Green, Charles Green Sr., Wandeline Hall, James Hartsock, John Hotchkiss, Elizabeth Jansen, Emma Jenkins, Eric Johnson Jr., Yvette Keys, Jane Love, Diane Lubman, Mary Lynn, Larry Milton, Jane Patera, Maria Peniche Aguiar, Brian Peters, Brenda Pryor, Melvin Randolph Jr., Albert Rayborn, Dwayne Reed, Ruby Rhodes, Sherwin Roberts, Rosalind Robinson, Thomas Rowe Jr., Lillian Ross, Latanya Sanchez Puebla, Erwin Santiago, Laureen Scott, Jacob Smith, Paul Spatafor, Eugene Steffens, Libby Stevens, John Talley Jr., Barbara Terrell, Carlos Villarreal II, Arabia Watkins, Cherie Weatherspoon, Alicia Williams, Myrtle Williams, and Ellen Zender. Please join us for a moment of silence as we as a community remember those that we have recently lost. Thank you. You may be seated. Clerk Doyle, roll call, please.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Yes. Present.
McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, could we please have a motion to excuse Councilwoman Rutherford for personal reasons?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker. Roll call, unless there's discussion, roll call on the motion to approve the excusing of Councilwoman Rutherford from this evening's meeting for personal reasons. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, and Councilwoman Rutherford is so excused. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved. Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So that's now before us. Could I please have a motion to amend the agenda to remove from the consent agenda item G, resolution extending contract for CBRE Real Estate Services?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. We anticipate that will come next week. Still more time for it to be prepared. Hearing no further discussion on that particular amendment, removing that one resolution from the consent agenda, roll call on the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
That motion carries. The amendment passes. Are there any other changes, clarifications, or corrections for this evening's agenda? Is there anything in the consent agenda that council members wish to discuss? This would be a good time for you to pluck from the consent agenda. There's no pressure to do so, but I want to give that option now just for the sake of efficiency. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes. Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is adopted. Very briefly, a discussion on council meeting time management. Just want to share with my colleagues and with the community. We recognize the challenge that comes with marathon meetings that go 4, 5, sometimes more hours than that, even late into the night. And so strategizing with council members, and it'll be an evolution process that I'll work as the presiding officer for this particular, these meetings, that will be as efficient as possible when it comes to time. That means that there will probably be more time limitations that I'll try and put on each item that the council is deliberating. Hopefully it doesn't get to that, but it's just something that we want to be very conscious of. One, when we're setting the agenda, and then two, as we're adding or changing the agenda, but importantly, as the evening goes on. We want to make sure that the public is able to, with comfort and ease, enjoy, follow, engage, participate in these public meetings, offer their feedback as well, and want to make sure that council members each week aren't slogging along for these marathon sessions. We want to be as efficient as possible. So I just wanted to share that with council and the community, that there may be times where if it's many, many hours long, I'll start to indicate that there are time targets or time limitations for items that were being under deliberation. And I just wanted to offer that now in case there was any questions, concerns, or feedback when it comes to time management. I want to make sure that you're making a sacrifice to provide this service for our neighbors and our residents, and the residents who are engaged are making a sacrifice of their time and deliberation as well. So we just want to be respectful of your time, their time, and be as efficient as possible. Any further discussion on that? Okay, we'll proceed accordingly, and we'll continue to evolve week after week to try and make it work even better. With that, is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This evening's consent agenda includes the June 5th Economic Development Subcommittee meeting minutes, the June 6th City Council meeting minutes, the June 8th Finance and Personnel Subcommittee minutes, the June 8th Public Safety Subcommittee meeting minutes, the resolution honoring the life of Brian Peters, a former Pontiac police officer, resolution honoring the life of Hazel Catt, a former planning commissioner for the city of Pontiac and a school board trustee, report on the Phoenix Center and amphitheater cleanup costs, so that's available for the community that have inquired about that in a recent public comment, and report on General Motors community impact donations to Pontiac nonprofits. GM Cares, through their Lake Orion facility, has made $100,000 in announcements going to area nonprofits. We just wanted to put that on the record and celebrate that. With that, roll call on adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, with that, consent agenda is approved. We are now at subcommittee reports. Each month, we offer an oral update that supplements the minutes and written updates, and then the public meetings that the city council subcommittees, all 7 of them, engage in. And we'll aim for a 1 to 2 minute report for each one. With that, Councilman Goodman for Communications, Engagement, and Operations.
So the Communications Committee did not meet last month leading into Memorial Day. However, I do have updates thanks to our lovely department heads. So from Communications, one thing that has been completed in the past month is the onboarding of our new employee, Jacob Jefferson, who is the Public Relations and Social Media Specialist. They finalized the draft and has now printed and hopefully are sending out the citywide newsletter. And also met to review options for See-Click Fix, which would be an amazing step for our city, for our citizens to report to DPW and code enforcement in real time, making sure that these things are actually being taken care of. And then coming from IT, the migration to Microsoft 365 has been fully completed. They have been doing some training sessions, or hopefully will start very soon, to everyone here on staff. The new website design is complete and ready to go. Hopefully that'll be getting released very soon with some final content updates. And the very last thing that I'm really also excited about, I did personally ask for Cody, who is in charge of IT, to meet with a vendor that had previously done a analysis for community broadband for the city of Pontiac. And I'm very excited to see if there's any feasibility in that still for our citizens. So I'm happy to report those things.
Thank you very much. For for Economic Development, Housing, and Planning, I'm Mike McGinnis, that subcommittee chair. We met on June 5th. The minutes are reflected in the consent agenda, so you can review them as well. We received economic development updates from Manager Deborah Younger. The housing study is being actively pursued. We discussed the home repair program rollout, and also the city owns property on Kennett Road that was a former landfill, and so the city received proposals of different private economic opportunities that are submitted to the city that are under consideration. So the city council subcommittees and the full council will likely be considering those soon. She referenced the challenge of hiring an additional economic development staff member, that the wages were not competitive, so we'll be able to discuss that further. Planning updates from Manager Yandrick. He summarized what the Planning Commission, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Historic District Commission considered in the last 30 days, as well as the items to come. And we heard from the Code Enforcement Manager, McIntyre. I shared this at a previous meeting, but just to emphasize, there were 1,500 code enforcement violations written last month alone, in May of 2023, and 523 rental inspections conducted in May alone. So that's a very substantial undertaking for the fully staffed, again, code enforcement team for the city of Pontiac, and a fleet enterprise proposal in terms of vehicles for code enforcement staff will be coming to city council, as we are seeing now. So that was discussed at the subcommittee level. And for the sake of time, I'll leave it at there, but those minutes are accessible for the public's review. With that, facilities and property, that subcommittee chair, Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, is not with us this evening. The meeting that was before Memorial Day did not take place. We turn to finance and personnel. That subcommittee chair, Councilman Nicholson.
We met on June 8th. We did have a very large group in attendance, so it was nice to hear some updates from departments that we only hear from irregularly. However, we did review, as normal, our monthly year-to-date financials. The city's well within its budget to meet that, and the expectation is to meet that with actually some positive movement in both property taxes, income tax, and philanthropy. So as we exceed those revenue targets, we will certainly have a good amount going back into the general fund at the end of this budget year, which we'll talk about how to use that moving forward. We did talk about the health of our municipal fund balances. Those are staying on track as well, as we're well integrated into the county's multi-fund investment pool. We did also hear from the Human Resource Department regarding some challenges with wages that we'll be talking about and some of the things to come as far as talking about competitive wage studies as well as fringe benefits and how we can market those more effectively. Apart from that, we did also hear an update from the finance director and the deputy director regarding their excellent and way over target work on bringing our accounts forward from the lull that we had with staffing. We are fully on target to be able to be, we're actually well ahead of schedule to be all of the reconciliations to be completed before the end of the fiscal year. We still, and the one thing that we are struggling with is just continuing to work with the Sheriff's Department to get those invoices to be correct and on target for what we approved in our contract. So as we continue to work through those, you'll see that looming liability that on the books then be washed.
Thank you. Law and the Court Subcommittee, led by Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I believe the May meeting was actually some reinforcement of some of the previous things that we had discussed. We talked about making sure in code enforcement in their inspection rates and the things that they was doing, mostly getting into some of those rental properties that they had not been able to get into for a long period of time, trying to get the landlords to produce their rent rolls so they know exactly how many people they have in their specific locations. We talked about the eviction rates and the property compliance, ensuring compliance by city codes and policy and procedures. We had a discussion regarding how do we eliminate some squatters or regarding the judgment to eliminate some of those squatters because there are people who are staying in places where they're not supposed to be. So we were looking at that. We talked about and we began a discussion with discussing some of the ongoing issues of some of the co-op facilities that we have in the city, and those issues will be ongoing. We certainly talked about the expungement event, which was taking place on June 3rd, and the warrant event that was also taking place on June 3rd, and making sure that all things were in place to be able to deal with those issues. We talked about the Code Enforcement Division finally being fully staffed. I believe they finally added their final person to District 5, which made them fully staffed. And of course, we are invited them to also make sure that they attend all of the district subcommittee meetings as they have been invited. And then we just kind of reviewed some of the RFPs that are still outstanding in regards to the 50th District Court. And I believe that was all that we talked about. Yes, it was. That was all that we found and discussed with the issues with the RFPs that are still outstanding with District Court. And we adjourned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your leadership of that very active subcommittee. We were at Parks, Recreation, and Public Works. Councilwoman James, leader of that subcommittee.
Yes, the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee did not have a meeting in the month of May. Our next meeting will take place on Monday, June the 26th at noon in the Legislative Conference Room. Just one item, though, that I would like to mention is that the Parks Manager, Alex Zagorczewski, has hired one employee, and actually he's hired 6. One has started, and the remaining employees will be on board by June the 26th. So for this summer season, we can expect to see our parks being maintained and having a level of maintenance in the parks. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public Safety, Health, and Wellness, Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. The Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee met this past June 8th here in City Hall. One of the main discussions was the flock camera system renewal. Throughout this past 8 months, Council has been given a monthly update concerning that particular system and its effectiveness. Some of the old business that we discussed was a private fire hydrant ordinance draft, which we are still working on, as well as the status of Sheriff Department staffing to deal with mental health crisis. So we definitely trying to look for ways that we can staff our Sheriff Department to make sure they can deal with the mental health issues that we have in our communities. Some of the standing updates was given by Oakland County Sheriff Department, as well as Waterford Regional and Star EMS concerning our crime statistics, as well as response times when each of these different entities have been caught. We also talked about some crime prevention measures that are being planned and implemented in the city of Pontiac. Of course, we talked about ceasefire and other ways that we can reduce crime this summer. Overall, the meeting was very helpful. Some of the things we plan to do in the future is bringing some mental health experts from the hospital staff and having a joint meeting with those particular entities to make sure that we're working collaboratively with other entities within the city of Pontiac. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, that concludes subcommittee reports. We're at recognition of elected officials. I see that we have from the Pontiac Charter Revision Commission, the Honorable Kermit Williams.
The City Council as a whole. I am coming to speak on behalf of the Charter Commission. Our meeting is June 22nd of this month coming up, so everybody in attendance, please know our chair got called away for business, so I will be making the presentation. I know you're working on budget amendments today, and so when we initially passed the charter, we thought we had 3 years from the date that we took office in order to complete the charter. Luckily, we found out recently that we have 3 years from the date that the people voted for the charter. So I believe that was a May election. And so when they voted for it in May, that started the clock. So with that being said, we have 18 months left in order to do the charter. So we are asking for a budget amendment of at least $20,000 in order to help the cause. I believe personally that we probably need about $35,000 to get to the finish line. We did not spend any money from the previous year's charter, but we have charter members that are assistant on needing additional training. We did get one quote from Sugar Law, and for a 4.5-hour training, that was $4,500. So I want to give you a kind of a price range that was in there, and if we're going to have to walk people step by step to get to the finish line, I think it's going to take additional funding. So the minimum would be $20,000, but I think the sweet spot for everything we need to do between now and the new budget would be $35,000 in addition to what is already printed in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We are joined by Julia Ruffin on behalf of Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner Jim Nash.
Good evening, honorable body and mayor. Pontiac residents, I just wanted to remind you all about the Norton Street Drain program project that we're having. On Thursday, God willing, it doesn't rain. We're going to have free food while it lasts and ice cream, and we're also looking for input from the community regarding the sustainability green infrastructure that we're looking to create in the Augusta Drain area. So all is welcome, all come out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I wanted to thank you all for coming out to the Art Fish Fund too. I want to thank the mayor, Councilwoman James, Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, and Council Pro Tem William Carrington. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no further requests for recognition of elected officials, we move now to agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, who are this evening's agenda address requests?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Beatrice Wright. Mr. Kermit Williams. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Good evening. There's a number of things on agenda address that probably need addressing, I would like to talk about. But I will first start with something I brought up last week when there was purportedly a first reading of the budget ordinance for 2022-23. And I did bring to your attention that to have a first reading, you have to have something to read. There was no budget ordinance that was in the packet or had been posted, which is a requirement, and if you wanted to do things in order. So the way that I understood it was addressed late in the evening, too late for me to stay up, but I understand there was something said by Councilman Nicholson about where the documents were. But at any rate, I think, I don't know whether you corrected that in the minutes, that it didn't constitute a proper first reading, but I see that it is in this week's packet. So now that you do have the proper documentation, it can constitute a first reading. That's very important. Our budgets and how we handle that, and it's important to be in proper and good order. I did want to also comment on a couple other things that were on the agenda. One of them was, I see that we're hiring new auditors, which was very curious because I don't know that there had been a lot of talk about changing the auditors. Maybe you did it in the Finance Subcommittee meeting. But it just comes at a peculiar time because, as you know, the auditors that we had gave a very scathing review and demanded some corrections at the last audit, which was delayed for whatever reason, but was delayed. And the last thing was, the other reason we need to have the budget and information here is because I kept pointing out, and we wanted to make sure people knew, that there was another $10 million taken out of the ARP money to put into the budget for this year, as had been done for last year.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Julian Ruffin.
Good evening again, Honorable Body and Mayor, City of Pontiac residents. I'm here because I have concern regarding the ordinances where we're looking at changing some of the transitional language or putting teeth into it, which I hope we will do. Pontiac, to me, is a community that should be what we're supposed to be, the county seat. And I think our quality of life is very important. And I applaud you all for looking at the ordinances, but I'm hoping you'll create ordinances that will stay the tide of what has not been very good for us as a community regarding the unlimited amount of transitional housing pertaining to halfway houses and some group homes and, rehab facilities. We have more than our fair share. And I ask that you all do your due diligence, maybe do a moratorium to see what we have before we start looking to add more into the community. I understand that people need a place to live. I get that. But we're 20 square miles. And I think we have more than enough. I think that these programs that we have in our community, we need to know what they're doing. Are they efficient? Are they effective? Are they serving Pontiac people? We need accountability. I encourage people in the community to look at a website called Home Facts. It breaks down the number of offenders in community who are clustered in areas. And I think we need to break down the clusters so we'll have a community that welcomes families. I'm a homeowner, and I just ask that you all be very wise in your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruffin. Mr. Carlton Jones.
And while he's walking up, Ms. Ruffin, that is an agenda item, but not on tonight's agenda item. That postponed second reading will come up next Tuesday, and the accompanying in terms of unlicensed residential facilities and/or homes.
Okay. Good evening. I want to say that first and foremost, I want to thank the President Mike McGinnis. I spoke to him about the Economic, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee, and he was very diligent about getting information to me and giving me an invite. And since I've had a chance to attend, that is a very, very important subcommittee. And what I want to say, when we start talking about economic development in our city, it's been studied that the best way for us to make an economic change is going to be investing into our Pontiac people. And we have to be transformational. We cannot just, I know there's a whole lot of work that the mayor and his team is doing to try to rebuild us, but we got to be transformational. So what I want to say in that regard, I take my hat off to Oakland County. We've been had these jewels sitting downtown. We've been had the Phoenix Center sitting downtown for years. At least they stepping forward and trying to do something transformational for Pontiac. Now, they're talking about transferring people, from what I heard, which will not have a major effect. But we have to do things to take care of our own people here in Pontiac. I do plan to come very soon with something in the area of clean energy, of how we can transform our downtown ourselves. But we need to have the support of leadership. I do want to say, Mike, in regards to economic development, we got 4 different entities that I've been very engaged with. GPCC, which has been doing economic summits for the last year or so. The Pontiac Area Chamber has Prosperity Pontiac been doing studies for economics. PCIP has studies on economic development for the city of Pontiac. And also the Oakland County Outlook was very, very, very much in tune to the economics of this county, and Pontiac was included. We need to be truly transformational and see how we can make that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Chuck Johnson. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon, Council Administration. I'm speaking as a resident. What I'm speaking on is 8, the ordinance for the trash can. Also on Attorney Hatchett, resolution for Attorney Hatchett. First, let me say to you guys, Pontiac consists of, once again, 60% renters, 40% homeowners. Over 700 sex offenders in Pontiac, which is in every district that sit at the council. We also have over 65 apartment buildings, townhouses. That's not including homes for rent. And the reason I bring these figures up to you because the investors in these properties are the ones that's truly at fault for allowing their tenants to get away with what they get away with. Council, people, administration, we need to really put the pressure and up the fines for investors who allow the trash cans to be set out. My concern is that winter is coming, and I understand, according to our council, and I wouldn't mention our council person's name, but she did mention on Saturday at the district meeting, and our mayor was there, that it starts immediately once you guys vote into tonight. My concern is that before you vote on it, look at GFL contract is up pretty soon. A lot of renters that have 7 children or more than 3 people per family, they need more than 1 garbage can. They actually need 2. That's the main problem. Special pickup is only every other week, but the city only approving the contract for 1 garbage container. Please look into that because through the winter months, I cannot foresee people bringing their garbage cans from the back to the front. Also, 90% of the homes in Pontiac do not have attached garage. With that being said, they definitely had to put it in the back. So please
That does conclude your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. President McGinnis, that concludes agenda address.
All right. We are at number 8. It was moved and seconded last week by Council members Nicholson, seconded by Council Pro Tem Carrington, for the second reading, which was for the adoption of the Municipal Code Ordinance Text Amendment to amend Article 2, Chapter 94, Section 26. This is refuse containers and yard waste containers specifications to add subsection G regarding regulation of waste container storage. City Council, after some discussion, postponed it for 1 week to allow further research, review, and deliberation. And so it's back before us now for consideration. Give the floor to the mayor and the administration for any further information you'd like to provide before we revisit and continue deliberation. Mayor Grimo.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is a proposal to require garbage cans to be either in a garage or behind a residence, unless, of course, they're out at the curbside on the day of pickup. There are a number of reasons why our code enforcement manager is recommending this, mostly pertaining to hygiene and concern about animals and refuse being close to buildings, but also because of a large number of concerns that residents have called him to express regarding garbage cans being very close to neighbors' properties and homes. We want to recognize that there may be some people in the community that do not have garages at all, and so we want to recommend that if council does adopt this, that we make it clear that it either has to be in a garage or under a carport, because we certainly don't want to burden those who don't have garages. If council has more fundamental concerns with the ordinance, we welcome other thoughts about how to address the concerns that a lot of residents have expressed to our code enforcement folks about garbage cans being, their neighbors' garbage cans being very close to their property or to their homes, to try to address that through some other means. Perhaps requiring that garbage not be within a certain number of feet of a neighbor's property line might help address that. We certainly welcome those suggestions from council, but I know that our code enforcement division has gotten a lot of concerns from residents. We're open-minded about how best to address those. And with that, I'll turn it over to our code enforcement manager, Jack McIntyre.
Good evening. Tonight we're talking about the ordinance text amendment. This is to amend Article 2, Chapter 94, Section 26, refuse containers and yard waste containers, specifications to add subsection G regarding regulation of waste containers storage. This is, as the President indicated, this is a second reading postponed from June 6th. Since September of 2022, when I took over as manager of the code enforcement division, we've received approximately 131 phone calls. One of the requests of the President McGinnis was to try to put a number together, and this is our best guess at number after reviewing through our BS&A records. These were calls from residents with concerns about placement of their neighbors' trash bins, trash storage, and general sanitation. Their concerns include neighbor trash bins and general garbage being stored between homes, along property lines, near neighbors' windows, and in general view of the neighborhood. And more specifically, this process creates a nuisance which includes odors, unsightliness, and the invitation of rodent activity near homes. Spruce Magazine, I don't know if many of you entertain, it's an online magazine. It's got about 32 million followers. One of the things that they have in a certain section that they did in a publication was how to keep mice out of the house. If you can see in column 2, the second one down, keeping trash bins far from the house. And these are just some examples of what we are kind of talking about in terms of placement. What I want to just say real quickly is, and I've indicated this before, any of the amendments or suggestions of amendments of ordinances that I bring to you are a direct result of calls that we get in to the ordinance department. And one of the things that with this particular ordinance is when folks call and say, my neighbor has trash, it's in the driveway, it's in between our two houses, I can't open my windows, it's springtime, the odor is offensive. We go there, the lid is down, but where the can is placed, the proximity is so close to the neighboring property, that they're actually right. There's nothing we can really do about that. We can't enforce it because under the current ordinance, it's required that cans be stored beyond the front facing of the house. That's how our current ordinance presents itself. We had similar calls like this in a previous city that I worked, and our solution to that was to create an ordinance where we move cans away from homes. So the reason I say that is, as you have constituents that call you, we have folks that call us with concerns. I think we can work together. If this is not the right ordinance, if you don't feel like this is the ordinance that would correct this, then what I would invite us to do is have a conversation and maybe come up with a solution as to what would be the ordinance that would correct this. Right now, we have an ordinance that requires that recreational vehicles be stored at the rear of the property. That's a term in planning departments that they use all the time, the rear part of the property. So that might be a suggestion, that we modify the ordinance to say that the cans need to be stored at the rear of the property, and that would possibly resolve the current situation that we can enforce because of the way the current ordinance is written. So that's what I'm presenting tonight. I'm open. I'm available for any questions that you might have, and certainly we're open to having a discussion about how we can resolve this particular situation with the current ordinance as it stands.
Thank you. First on the speakers list, President Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First, I wanted to thank you for bringing this to us. I definitely think something needs to be done. Many of my residents actually do call in concerning this particular issue. Where I have a slight concern with how it's written is that many homes in my district don't have a garage or a carport. So basically, and I'm a heavy senior district of homeowners. So I really think the way it's written is going to bring undue hardship to those particular seniors. But I do suggest, which I was going to suggest before we tabled it, is that you look for some way to make sure they stored on the driveway side to the rear of the house, or to the rear side of the house. That's a better compromise. That means that those garbage cans won't be at the front or the front of the side of the house, but towards the back end of everybody's home. Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, you mentioned, Mr. McIntyre, that in your previous work assignment that this change was made. Can you tell us how that was responded to, how that worked?
It was very favorable, and I think I had a discussion today, in fact, the mayor and I were talking about this. I think one of the reasons why that change was probably well received was we implemented that change to the ordinance at the same time that we rolled out city-issued garbage cans. So it kind of was part of an entire process. These new cans are coming, and when the cans are not at the curb, we're going to require that they be stored out of view from the street. So it was well received. It was voted unanimously, and it was implemented. We made provisions for folks that had disabilities or seniors that had struggles with getting their cans all the way, to the back of the property. There was an allowance for them, similar to the allowance or the ordinance that we have in front of you tonight.
What is the ordinance? What is the allowance for people who are, are disabled and who are seniors? I missed that in the ordinance.
Absolutely, it's at the very end of the ordinance. It is subparagraph G, B, and it states specifically that a person who might have some sort of medical condition or is physically unable to take the can to the back of their house can just simply reach out to the planning department and request written permission not to comply with this term of the ordinance. So there is specifically a provision written into this ordinance to account for that.
Okay. Just a final comment. Like Councilman Carrington, I've gotten a lot of calls about this. And originally, the lady called and she said the same thing, that she was getting odors from the neighbor's can to her house. And, I told her that I would, get a hold of code enforcement, and if that was a violation of code enforcement, that I would have them to do something about it. But actually, when I went out to her house to look at it, yes, their garbage can was, in front of the house, but so was most of the people on the street. So, and since then, I've really been looking at it, and, throughout this city, this is pretty much, if you do not have a garage, this is pretty much where everyone puts their cans, on the side of the house. So I'm not sure, the only way to deal with it is to decide, a definite place where you want that can to be, because we do get a lot of calls about it. It's problematic on the side. A lot of people just are opposed to the aesthetics of it. They don't like it, and beyond that, it's just the the problems that it can cause. So as long as we've got strong alternatives for residents who are not going to be able to do that, who have disabilities, I think it could work. We could give it a try, because it has been a, we get it's a big problem.
Yeah, and if I could just say this too, one thing that I don't want to do is create an ordinance that's going to make it more complicated or harder to enforce.
Yes.
So, if it comes down to measuring, then who's measuring? If it comes down to I have a sound meter, but I don't know if I can invest in a smelling meter. Like, what levels? So to me, just to move it away from the problem area, it seemed to me that would be the most sensible way to modify this, and it would also be something that would be easy to enforce.
Councilman Nicholson.
I understand not wanting to make it complicated. However, my district has a ton of shared driveways. Houses are closer together, and those driveways sometimes are single lane until they open in the rear. So if it is driveway side, I think beyond the rear for single driveways is really important for that. I also want to point out there is assisted pickup as well that GFL offers, and Mindy in the DPW department can help you receive that, and it's for people who are homebound or disabled by, so they actually know where it is. Your driver understands and has a list of those. They come, retrieve it, put it back where it was.
Perfect.
Further discussion. Councilwoman James.
That might need to be in the ordinance itself. If that is available, it needs to be in the ordinance.
It might be in our sanitation ordinance that we provide that provision no matter who is our provider. So that might need to be we might want to research that. Because this is governing where they go, like the cans go. This is the language that's in there right now. A person does not need to comply with the requirement that waste and waste containers must be stored outside of the public view as mandated by subsection G above if any of the following applies. The waste or waste container is in the process of being moved from one location that is out of the public view to another location that is out of the public view. Could you give us a scenario of that?
Is that G?
So they're just,
Yes.
that references when it's being placed out for pickup. So that time frame or that period of time where it's going out for pickup and coming back after it's been picked up.
So if somebody stashes it temporarily, they're not going to be penalized as they're bringing it to and from.
That's correct.
Okay. B, the person has received a permit or written permission from the city that implicitly or expressly allows the person to disregard the requirement as provided in subsection G above. For example, a person may obtain written permission from the city if there is a medical condition that prevents the person from retrieving their waste or waste container within the time frame mandated by subsections B and D above. C, the person is placing the waste or waste container into the public view for the purposes of the waste collection in a manner that is consistent with B and D above. D, if the property sits on a corner lot with no garage, the waste or waste container may be placed on the side of the property away from the front of the building. And so you've spoken of that previously. Is there anything further you'd like to elaborate on?
That in that current ordinance, it just means that from the side street, you're probably going to see that trash bin.
Yeah. And so it's important to point out, and I want to make sure I'm clear as I'm considering and voting on this, it's the waste or waste container, meaning if somebody's got a box spring or a mattress or a sofa that they're about to put out for special pickup, it's also identifying that waste as something that needs to go at what's proposed to the rear of the house.
Right, and if I can, that speaks to Ms. Brown. That's one of the original calls that I got back in September. She owns a property on Rutgers, and the only thing that separated them was a narrow strip of grass and then the driveway. And she was looking out and seeing a toilet in the driveway next to the trash bin that was going to be collected in 2 days on trash day. And that's what her call was: is do I have to look at this toilet for the next 2 days? Like, can't they put it in the back somewhere?
And would that also apply for yard waste bags?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're saying, we're not just talking about trash cans, we're talking about the waste or refuse that anyone, for any of those elements coming to the curb for trash collection. So yard waste bags, special pickup items, and the trash can itself. What does the city of Pontiac require right now? The language that I show right here that if this adopted would be striked and replaced, but store it on the property behind/beyond the front building line of the main structure of the property. And so by that it means the main house, not a side building or a shed or a garage.
I can go back to one of the examples. Whoops. Yeah. So, if I can.
You can't. People won't hear you.
I can point. I can be the Vanna White.
Yes.
In this situation.
Yeah, so currently the first picture with the red door, where the gutter is coming down on the side of the house, that would be proper placement under the current ordinance.
That is proper because you consider that behind or beyond the front building line?
That's correct.
Is it because it's? But I'm looking at the front of the house, correct?
Right.
So is it the steps is the front line?
Well, in that definition, the front line would be the front facing of the house.
So wouldn't it have to be behind the gutter?
It would have to be right at the gutter and behind, right?
Okay.
That's correct.
So it's a slight violation at the moment. Okay, option B, the green GFL, that is in compliance because it's just at or behind the front facing the front line.
That's correct.
Hard to see in option 3, but this is just helpful for our community education. Does the code currently allow for someone to overfill their garbage can?
So it's interesting because the ordinance, I've read it over several times, says that the lid should be able to close based on its own weight, but it doesn't necessarily say, that really applies more to when it's being lifted and emptied into the truck. It doesn't really speak to the, say if you're storing all week long, overstuffing it all week long.
It actually just says if as long as it will fit in the can, they will take it.
Correct.
There's nothing that says the can has to be completely.
Yeah, the only section of the ordinance currently that speaks to the lid closing, it indicates that it really is more in the description of the can, that the can has to have a lid that closes independent of its own weight.
Okay. So that's a bit of a vague current situation.
Correct.
Okay. And then the final scenario is the trash can near the side door, but on the side of the house, so that is in compliance with the current city ordinance.
It is in compliance.
Well, good, because that's the current scenario that's going on at my house, so I'm glad I'm not in violation in that regard yet.
I thought I drove by your house. I didn't see any cans, so.
My chimney kind of sticks out a bit, so I tuck it kind of by the chimney.
So I probably wouldn't see it from the front of your house.
A little bit. So further discussion on what we have before us. It would strike what we talked about just now. It would take that front line, the behind or beyond the front building line, that's the current standard. It would strike that and replace with the new language that I'll read the main part of G. I already read the exceptions, so I'll forego that. We just discussed the exceptions. But it would replace the language with all waste containers whether or not they have waste in them, shall be stored outside of the public view. A person may satisfy this requirement by storing all waste containers in the person's garage. A person choosing not to store all or part of the person's waste or waste containers in the person's garage may otherwise satisfy this requirement by storing the waste or waste containers in the person's rear yard, provided the person also meets the following requirements. The waste and waste containers stored in the person's rear yard must be stored such that the waste and waste containers are not visible from the street adjacent to the person's front yard. Regardless of the location where waste or waste containers are stored, the containers must also comply with the requirements of subsection F above. So that would be new language added, in addition to the exceptions we just reviewed. If you go back subsection F, you can read it. It's not being proposed to be changed, but there's 13 items under F that speaks about the description of what a can is allowed, what it must be made of. You know, the cart, when empty, will not overturn when the lid is thrown fully open, et cetera. It just describes the manner in which, mainly for us right now, our sanitation contractor, what would trigger them having to perhaps replace a can, things like that. All right, so I think that the council is clear on what's before us. We can keep discussing further, but just, is everyone clear on what's before us? Okay, Councilwoman James, continuing the speakers list.
I just wanted to throw out another issue. I'm not sure if it needs to be in this ordinance, but another problem that we have with the trash containers is people who leave theirs out days after their collection day. So we get calls about this all the time, that a person, collection day was Wednesday, and it's still out in the front of the house on Friday. So are we going, is there something we can do to step that up as well? Because that's been a problem as well.
So the current ordinance gives us enforcement power on that.
Okay.
And just as a letter or a mention of reference, most of the inspectors in their districts intentionally schedule their zones on trash day so they can address those things. So they'll address it the day after a trash day when a can should be removed. They're usually in that area.
But so to emphasize for the community's benefit, right now, regardless of the outcome of this vote, it is not allowed in Pontiac for you to allow your trash can to sit at the curb days or even a day, but days after your trash is picked up. You're supposed to be snatching it up that night. And you're not supposed to also put it out days in advance. It's supposed to be the evening before. So that is the lay of the land in Pontiac when it comes to that timing. And I will share, when I brought it up at my district meeting for District 7 last night, there was a lack of familiarity about the opportunity for those that have medical reasons that need help having it wheeled to the curb. They were very interested and excited and impressed that that was offered, but they weren't aware of it. So in future, when the appropriate time comes, we just might want to reiterate that or communicate that when we're discussing other changes or updates to when it comes to our sanitation as a city. I'm really grateful that you brought this as you've brought other items. It's helping inform making our city stronger, and I'm really grateful that under your leadership, the staff is thinking about, okay, what are some challenges? We're not able to resolve these really problematic issues because it's not clear, it's not addressed. So I welcome that. And regardless of the vote tonight, I just wanted to emphasize that. I personally will be voting no, because when I brought it up to my neighbors in District 7, 48 of the residents said, no, we don't want that change. 3 didn't care. So there wasn't even in that room, which was our best turnout in a very long time, there wasn't a resident in District 7, at least in those that turned out, once that it was shared with them, that was their concern. But I am certain there are also District 7 residents that are the very residents that are calling with those same complaints that want further clarity. So it's a challenging spot to be in. Further discussion, Councilman Parker?
I just have one quick question. Does the city ordinance overrule the HOA rule?
Well, no. You mean if the HOA had a specific ordinance regard, they would be the we would follow the HOA's rule.
Okay, even if it allows something different than the city?
Well, it depends. Some of the, we don't, there's some things with private HOAs that we don't enforce, and and some services we don't provide to private HOAs. So I'd have to be more specific about, in this particular thing, if they're using city-issued trash cans and following the city's schedule for trash pickup, then we would still enforce it the same way with an HOA.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President. I just want to make one last point. I definitely would like to see the council change this ordinance somewhat, just based on you have homes that don't have a carport or garage, which definitely makes it a little more complicated to pull trash cans off the driveway through maybe gravel or grass to the back of the house. And then you're thinking about the wintertime. When it comes to snow, that people don't usually shovel their grass in the backyard to get cans in and out. So I definitely think we're going in the right direction, but I definitely think this is a little bit overkill when it comes to addressing this particular situation.
Further discussion, Councilman Parker.
So is there a possibility that whatever change that Pro Tem is recommending can be added to the ordinance today so we can move forward with this one?
Well, one question that comes up, and Madam City Attorney, you might be best to field it. Right now, the language says, on the property behind/beyond the front building line of the main structure. Might it accomplish what you were seeking, Pro Tem Carrington, if it says behind or beyond the rear building line or the back building line, whatever is the most legally appropriate phrase, of the main structure of the property? So it still would create the new language, maybe. But that's the a possible angle. Mayor Grimel?
Well, your thinking is a little bit aligned with mine, Mr. President. I wondered a little more specifically, and it's a question for really everyone on City Council, but especially Pro Tem Carrington, since he raised it, which is, what if we said it needs to be in a garage or under a carport, but if there is no garage or a carport, it has to be behind or beyond the back of the house, and which is in line with what I think President McGinnis is driving at.
Any reflections on those initial deliberations, Madam City Attorney?
We can absolutely make any changes to this ordinance that the council adopts, and I can make them tomorrow. The question is, what does the council want this specific ordinance to look like in order to make those changes? I believe that the mayor has made a suggestion that would be reasonable, and obviously I would defer to Manager McIntyre to see if that would actually accomplish our goals in this situation. But if the council makes a very clear motion and adopts that very clear motion for amendments to this ordinance, I can make those amendments tomorrow morning and we can submit them to Clerk Doyle for publication tomorrow.
Meaning that if it was able to be crafted effectively, changes can be made tonight and even voted on tonight, is your point?
Exactly right.
Okay. Further discussion on Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify what you just said. Are we still talking about the rear of the house?
Right now, the line says the front line of the house. So one possible initial thought I had is that let's move that line from the front line to the rear line. But Mayor Grimel's also making the point that we can state that it can be in the garage, carport, rear of the house, and that's sort of where the question becomes, absent those options, another option is the rear line on the side. So the question is, do you say must be this, 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 and if you don't got that, then you can have that? Or you just say, here are the four options, or the four places that it should be or must be, it's these four.
If I could just say, like I had mentioned earlier during the presentation, a common term with the planning division is rear yard. So Although this current ordinance says front facing or front yard, or not beyond the front facing of the property, you could also use the term rear yard, which would meet all those things.
Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, and I don't know if you mean this or not, Manager McIntyre, but what I was driving at, and you may mean the same thing, is if it should be in the garage or the under carport, but if there is none, it doesn't need to be in the backyard as most people think about that. It just needs to be further back towards the back of the property than a line that extends along the back of the house. So it could be just far back on the driveway. It could be visible from the street. It just has to be further back from the street than the back wall of the house, but it can still be in the driveway visible from the street.
That's correct.
Councilwoman James?
But it still doesn't really answer the question that Councilman Carrington brought up about the winter weather. When it's snowing, nobody cleans the side, of their house. So how is that going to work during the winter months?
I will say it's pretty standard in my experience of drafting these ordinances that we try to encourage residents to keep their trash receptacles towards the back of their home, so that they're typically fairly out of view of the street or out of the view of the neighbors. If they are kept on the driveway side towards the rear of the home, then they're still on the pavement, so you still can pull them, and you could just shovel a little path to allow you, without having to, as Councilmember Carrington said earlier, to shovel your grass. I think that was the goal of what Manager McIntyre, my apologies, was stating earlier.
Anything further? Councilman Nicholson.
Again, I just want to bring up a concern from my district is that air conditioning units in historic districts have to be in the rear of the house. So what if we have now garbage further back, that's going to also potentially produce more smells that are coming in through people's whole homes. And many of our houses don't have central air just based on the types of homes that we have. So a lot of us do have window units or window returns. So I'm a little concerned about that. Just I wish it was more about the cleanliness, that it's being kept. I think many times I go to get my trash can and for whatever reason the bag that's on the bottom was lodged, and so the 3 bags on top of it went, but the bottom bag is still there. So people collecting the trash out of their trash cans, keeping them clean. I know smell-o-meter isn't probably a feasible thing, but I think a lot of it is the general way that people are keeping their trash, rather than the location's going to be so difficult just because of each house being different and each property being different. I think striking a reasonable balance may need a little more time.
Further discussion before I do a non-binding straw poll? Okay. Do council members want to vote on this now in its current form? So it doesn't sound like there's any appetite for that. For the sake of time, I'm not proposing that we start amending on the fly right here. If it's the administration's willingness and the council's pleasure, that if we could key up a few more amendments to consider. Basically, path A, B, and C, and right now what I'll do is I'll have council members share what the paths they would like to consider. I do want to offer an additional item for us to, while we've got the refuse before us, is that to that very point about cleanliness, look and see if there is language that we need to say in terms of the adequate cleanliness or maintenance of the receptacle. So that way it's not, dripping with sewage or something, where it's really poorly maintained, that you have some enforceability language there. The second, we may want to consider stating that the lid must be able to be closed, because I think it's a good neighborly option, but as they start making the cans smaller, that might be harder for us to consider that. So I just want to, it may be something. And then I'm just trying to remember if other council members said anything about just the trash in general, about the cans. But in the sense of if you even want to, it may not get adopted, but if you want other changes to be considered about trash, to clarify it, now is the good time since we've got it before us. So I'm going to quickly go down the row and ask your sense of which area you're leaning, so that way they know to prepare some of these options. Councilman Parker, do you have any sense on what we've talked about so far? Their language right now says it must be in the garage or behind the house. Would you like to go that route, or would you prefer to add some more language that allows it being towards the rear of the property, not necessarily behind the house? Where are you landing at the moment? Okay, you're open to both possibilities. Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I think that maybe behind the house, maybe going too far with it. But I do think this is going to need a pictorial. We're going to need a very explicit picture that gives residents a general idea of where that can needs to be. So I'd like to see a pictorial added to this, but I'm thinking the rear of the side of the house, not necessarily all the way behind the house, but at the rear.
Pro Tem?
I think near the driveway, rear side of the house, in that corner before, right there at the end of the driveway, towards the driveway side of the house, because basically a lot of complaints are coming from people having their garbage cans on the opposite side, not their driveway side. So if we can do that, I can support. So.
Councilman Goodman?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So would you say that in the city, for the most part, like any house that has a driveway, is there like a standard driveway length that most houses, if not all of them, follow? Like from the street to how far along the house, or is there no general?
Maybe 60 to 70 feet would maybe be an average.
How, I guess for my visual reference, how far along would you say along the house does the driveway usually extend from front of house to back of house? Like, does it always reach the full length, or is there a decent number of cases where it does not reach the full length of the house? If what I'm saying makes sense.
Are you saying maybe a driveway that doesn't extend all the way to the back of the house?
Correct.
Yeah, there's probably many of those.
Because the argument that I was going to make would be having it at the end of the driveway closest to building. But again, that doesn't really do much good if they don't always extend to the end of the house. Because my point being, like, trying to keep it to pavement, because most cans can roll, trying to have some sort of sense where at least it can be on pavement, because that way we're not having seniors or anyone who is physically disabled from having to carry that along grass or rock.
Thank you. Councilman Nixon?
I'm more concerned just with the general condition. So as long as that's addressed in some way, that it's kept in a sanitary condition, that's fine with me. As far as placement, I think rear is good. When there's shared driveways, usually the driveway goes behind the home in some manner. So I think that'll work for us.
Yeah, and the second picture with the hot green can, there's so many models, so many versions. The hot green can, that is essentially in the front yard. So right now it complies with the city's ordinance, but it undermines sort of the ideal scenario of not having them throughout the front yard. So I acknowledge that the current status quo isn't getting the desired results that neighbors deserve and want. But I don't want it to be as limiting as to garage or behind the house. I'd like to see a compromise there. And I think you've got a sense of where we're at.
I do. I took lots of notes.
And you can always watch it back if you're so inclined.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to postpone 1 week.
Support.
Manager. Okay. 1 week, good?
Does the city attorney and Manager McIntyre feel comfortable with 1 week giving you time to prepare some alternative language? Okay.
Sure. I'm just trying to make sure I'm going to be here 1 week from.
That's a fair consideration. Do you think you will be on?
What's the date?
The 20th.
Next Tuesday? Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay. Moved by Nicholson. Yes, sir.
The only problem with 1 week is the whole agenda process that really only gives them a day to get the stuff to the administration. So maybe it'd be better for 2 weeks.
Okay.
The
To
motion
actually give them
to
a full week. to do
Postpone
it.
for 2 weeks.
All right. Is that in keeping with your second?
Yep, support.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by Carrington, that this item be postponed for 2 weeks from now, which would be at the June 27th City Council meeting. Hearing no further discussion on the motion to postpone, roll call on postponement. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It will be postponed to June 27th. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution commemorating Attorney Albert Hatchett with honorary renaming of Johnson Street?
So move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilman Goodman that we consider this resolution. It's now before us. All right. A lot of ringing going on. Whereas Mr. Albert Leroy Hatchett was born on July 24th, 1936, and passed away at age 84 on April 8th, 2021. And whereas during his life, Attorney Hatchett had an enduring positive impact on the city of Pontiac and our residents, and significantly contributed to our community. And whereas he was a brilliant legal mind and champion for civil rights, and from a young age was a leader in the local chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, commonly known by their NAACP acronym. And whereas Attorney Hatchett, along with Attorney William Waterman, led the legal challenge to the school district of the city of Pontiac's racially discriminatory hiring and personnel practices, and the administrative segregation regarding the boundaries for school assignments in our community in the 1960s and 1970s. And whereas Attorney Hatchett masterfully argued the case in federal court, and an outcome with significant impact on local, state, and federal civil rights legal precedent was successful in the case's outcome. And whereas Attorneys Hatchett and Waterman were central in the cause of achieving a more racially integrated and socially just city of Pontiac and state of Michigan. And whereas a city street may have an honorary designation established that would be an additional identifiable moniker for the street, as well as a reflection of the community impact and significant achievements of an individual or entity. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council hereby commemorates the life, legacy, and impactful community contributions of Attorney Albert Hatchett. And further resolved, the City Council establishes the honorary renaming of the entire length of Johnson Street in the city of Pontiac to be Albert Hatchett Avenue. And further resolved, the intention is for Johnson Street to remain the permanent legal name, but for Albert Hatchett Avenue to be the honorary additional identifiable moniker now and in perpetuity. And further resolved, the City Council charges the administration and city staff with the task of installing honorary street name signage on the existing street sign poles along Johnson Streets where it is practical. And further resolved, the City Council encourages the administration and city staff to explore the feasibility of designing and installing an accompanying wayside marker in the vicinity of Albert Hatchett Avenue, celebrating Attorney Hatchett's life and community impact, so that future generations can know the inspiration behind the name. And further resolved, we remember and celebrate Attorney Hatchett's amazing life and dynamic legacy with his consequentially positive reshaping of the city of Pontiac. So that's before us. I want to acknowledge that in the first, therefore be it resolved, the second resolved, the City Council, that second the is extraneous, an extra the. So since it is typographical, we strike that without a need for a motion, so that the after council is removed. So that's the resolution before us. I want to thank City Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, who represents District 1, for her advocacy and helping with the construction of this resolution. With that, is there any further discussion on the motion to commemorate Attorney Albert Hatchett with the honorary renaming of Johnson Street? Councilman Nicholson.
I just want to say thank you also to Pastor Jones and to Ron Gay, District 1 resident, for bringing forth some of these ideas. We've had many streets under consideration, but I think Johnson is probably one of the best possible options. I also want to ask administration and the clerk's office, with that, that additional sign being there, will we be informing the post office just in case, or the postal service just in case somebody does accidentally use those honorary names?
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Do you need me to restate the
So,
question?
no. I heard the question. I didn't quite
Yeah,
hear.
I know, as we're doing more of these, I just imagine those, you know, signs aren't as prominent, you know, as the street sign itself, but I could imagine somebody potentially using that
No, so,
on a
so
letter.
what we can do is, once this actually gets passed, we can go ahead and get it over to the proper authority so that they're just at least aware of it.
Yeah, I think that would be good, just to at least alert the local post offices so the letter carriers are aware.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's worth noting that Johnson Street at Johnson Orchard Lake Road is where, for generations, Attorney Hatchett's law office was located. And also, Johnson Street runs north and south, so it actually crosses what had been the segregation line in our city for generations, where African-American residents, due to discriminatory laws and covenants and deeds in the properties, were limited to residing below Orchard Lake Road for many, many generations. So I think it's also symbolic that Attorney Hatchett and his primary signature accomplishment through the legal and justice system process was able to break through those invisible barriers and help with integrating the city of Pontiac through multiple routes. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, and thank you again to Councilwoman Rutherford for her advocacy. She is a strong supporter of this item. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for Orchard Lake Road and Bridge Replacement
Moved by
MDOT
Carrington.
agreement for Orchard Lake closure? It was moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. We give the floor to the administration and staff.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is a resolution to authorize the closure of Orchard Lake Road to facilitate the resurfacing of Orchard Lake Road from Voorhees to Telegraph, which we anticipate beginning no later than August of this summer. And I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to get into some additional details about this.
Thank you, Mayor. So, City Council, as is noted in the items in your package, when we had originally worked with our city engineers to come up with a cost for this, that cost was significantly less than what we are actually bringing forward to you now. I did speak with Director Cooley about the discrepancy in that cost, and it was two things. Primarily, it is what is happening across the world right now with just the inflation of goods and services. But that inflation is actually exacerbated by the fact that we have, because this is an MDOT project, we have to use MDOT forms and formulas, and their forms and formulas have not yet been updated. So what we originally estimated was already on the low end because of what we were forced into using. And so what we are now proposing is a total project cost of just over $3 million and a total commitment from the city of Pontiac of approximately $760,145.05. And then if you had any, well, just a couple of other things that may be of interest to you. Work would be done between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. No work to be permitted on Sundays. The contractor is allowed a 30-day closure to complete the bridge replacement over the Clinton River. So that is a complete road closure for that time. And then the bridge shall only be closed between July 1st of this year and September 1st of this year. And then all work must be completed and open to traffic, including slope restoration and turf establishment on or before November 10th, again, of this year.
Okay. Councilman Nicholson.
Want to make sure that DPW specifically addresses Voorhees, as this will be a huge detour. The road as it is right now is in very poor condition. So the issues, over the last couple of weeks, there's been some surveying that's been going on Voorhees. I've asked around, it doesn't seem like anybody has any clear answers. They're making pavement elevation markings on the road. So one, I just want to make sure that there's no project that is in place that may potentially, close both streets or even, partially close both streets at the same time. But then also just want to make sure that DPW pays some really good attention and love to making sure that we have good level, fills on those potholes that are up and down Voorhees Road. Yeah, and if there's any way that you can get me answers about those orange pavement elevation marks, I have lots of residents that are concerned. I mean, excitedly concerned, but yeah, thank you.
Further discussion on the motion before us. It won't be pleasant in terms of the closure and the detours, but it will be pleasant to, at long last, have that section of Orchard Lake to be smooth, new, and gleaming. All right, hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution for Orchard Lake Road and Bridge Replacement MDOT agreement regarding Orchard Lake's closure. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve and authorize the DTE easement for the power transformer and networking project between the library, City Hall, and the Sheriff Building?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. We give the floor for an update from the administration.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This pertains to some DTE work that is occurring in the immediate vicinity of City Hall and the Sheriff's Substation. I think folks have probably noticed some of the related work occurring on Union Street and on Pike Street. And this would simply authorize an easement for the installation of some of the needed DTE infrastructure. Deputy Mayor Stevens, any details to add?
The only further detail that I would add is that the contractor was actually ready to move forward with this yesterday, but we had them halt on work until City Council could actually approve the easement. And so this is a easement request that actually this is an easement request that actually got lost in the process. You will all remember that Jack Cady, the longtime serving one of the city's engineers, recently retired. Jack had been the one shepherding this process, and when he retired, this particular request did not get passed on to the new team, and so that is why it is just now coming to you. But as soon as you're able to approve this easement, they will be able to install that part of the work, and the sooner they will be able to fully give us back Pike and Union.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there, we actually probably already have a move and a second on this item. It's the resolution to approve the proposed fee schedule for fiscal year 2023, 2024. So we intentionally postponed it last week so that way the community and city council could review and consider all of the items. Any discussion on the motion before us? Again, this is for the 2023-2024 fee schedule. It was intentionally a standalone item, so that way we can address it mid-year as needed if we need to lower or increase. You have the floor, Deputy Mayor.
So just one additional item for you on that. There is currently an NSF charge that is on there. That NSF charge should be repeated underneath Treasury, exact same amount, but Treasury, if the Treasury has a check that comes back as NSF, it also should be $35 fee.
All right. Is there a motion to amend the proposed City of Pontiac fees to have that same insufficient funds or NSF fee of $35 per item under the Treasury?
I make a motion.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Any discussion on that particular change?
Don't see it.
Do you want to take additional amendments at the same time, or you want to do them
We'll
separately?
just do them change by change.
Thank you.
The issue that we're seeing is that we don't have a separate section
Yeah, I don't
for
see it.
Treasury because it's under General/Administration. Maybe what we do is we reflect it that it says Income Tax/Treasury. So it'll still be under General/Administration, but it's not in a separate Treasury category, if that makes sense. Would that suffice? Deputy Mayor Stevens is responsive, the
Yes.
affirmative, that would be sufficient. Does that reflect your motion still, Councilwoman James?
As long as it's okay with Deputy Mayor, yes.
Okay. So it's been moved by James, seconded by Nicholson, right? That we, who seconded that? Oh, by Pro Tem Carrington. So that we add, so it's income tax/treasury to reflect that NSF fee. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on that amendment. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment passes and is now part of the main motion before us. Councilman Nicholson, do you have more?
I wanted to ask administration regarding the Blight Court administration fee, based on the fact that Blight Court does not exist. I imagine that those fees are assigned as costs and fines in the 50th District Court now. Does that fee still carry over, or is it no longer relevant?
It is largely no longer relevant, but Blight Court still technically exists. We're just not implementing it at the time.
Thank you.
So you'd prefer for it to remain? Okay. Anything further, Councilman Nicholson?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, under that same category, it's the last page, it says ordinance enforcement. We will want to create a chicken coop inspection fee because of the ordinance that was adopted last week creates that process. So I want to, without objection, Manager McIntyre, do you have any initial thoughts of what's a non-burdensome but still appropriate for the time required amount for that fee? And if you could hit the microphone.
So different cities vary. There's some that have a fee of $25 to register, some go to like $65.
How long do you anticipate the inspection? It would be a relatively brief inspection or site visit?
Yeah, it would be probably less than 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. I'll make the motion under ordinance enforcement to create chicken coop inspection fee, $25.
I second.
Okay. It's been moved by McGinnis, seconded by Carrington to add that new fee, birthed out of this new language that's been adopted for better regulation and enforcement to make sure chickens in the city are tight and right. Any further discussion on the motion before us? It's just adding that new fee, $25 for that coop inspection. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
Yes.
no nays.
The motion carries, the amendment passes. So there are many fees and licenses. Some of them probably get used very seldom. Some of them used maybe nearly daily. We welcome from the administration and from staff and leadership if, as the year's going on, we find that something is too burdensome or onerous, or that something is not adequately covering the true cost of it. From the senior centers to the parks, to the event licenses, to when someone wants something considered by the Planning Commission or Zoning Board of Appeals, and all in between. And we welcome citizen feedback too, because you're the one utilizing these fees, so we want to know if something's too off base, or if you had experience in another community and you found that that was more realistic or reasonable of an amount. So we have before us the proposed 2023, Councilman Goodman.
I do have a question. I think this one might be for you. Yes, I do have a question. This one may be for you, Jack, because I might be making an amendment to some specific fees, and it does carry over. With the reinspection fee of work not ready or for a violation not comply with by the expiration date, the question I have is there any, first question, is there any separation between like what you would put down as work not ready versus not complied with for a violation? Microphone.
I don't have that schedule in front of me. Are we referring to the rental inspections?
Across the board for I'm trying to go for essentially all the reinspection fees of work not ready or for a violation.
So right now for building permits, it shows reinspection of work not ready and reinspection of a violation that has not been complied with by the expiration notice, that it currently has a $50 fee.
That's correct. So the violation not corrected by that date would apply to the rental, where the other applies to a trade permit from the building department.
So my follow-up question is there, when it comes to the reinspection for work not complied with, do you feel that the current fee for reinspection is enough of a deterrent for different property owners to comply with fixing violations?
Yeah, I think that $50 fee is very standard in the industry. In particular with rental inspections, if they're not if they don't comply, they're actually, in addition to that, they're going to be issued a ticket to court. So, and they, for a property owner that's not in compliance with their rental property.
Okay. So with that, I'll trust your judgment for right now. And
They're included in that too is also a cancellation fee. So if they have an inspection a date scheduled and they cancel, they're allowed a one-time cancellation fee. After that, it would be a $50. That's when the $50 fee would apply.
okay. Then for right now, I'll just leave it like that.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. We're voting now on the adoption of the resolution to approve the proposed fee schedule for the coming fiscal year. It's the 2023-2024 fiscal year. That begins this July 1st and runs through June 30th of next year. Roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the fee schedule is set for the coming fiscal year. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is for the current budget year. It moves the Code Enforcement Division budget appropriations from Fund 101 General Fund to Fund 249 Building Inspection Fund. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. This budget amendment is in reference to the current fiscal year, the fiscal year that will be ending at the end of this month. And it was always our intention to fund all building division expenses, including code enforcement expenses, out of the building division fund that is funded through fees and other enterprise fund revenue. This would be an amendment to effectuate that goal and that intention before the end of this fiscal year.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? We reviewed it 2 weeks ago when we authorized the clerk to publish notice. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the proposed budget amendment, moving Code Enforcement Division from Fund 101, General Fund, to Fund 249, Building Inspection Fund. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The budget's hereby amended. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment?
I make a motion.
Support.
Moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This proposed budget amendment for this current budget year increases the budget appropriation in the following GL account: 226-528-818.009, sanitation services $400,000, and decrease from the sanitation fund balance $400,000. Again, this is just to post notice. It'll be back before us for consideration in 2 weeks. With that, Mayor and Administration.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I'll defer to our Deputy Mayor, Kalfani Stevens, regarding the nature of this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Council, as we have been much more active with trying to respond to requests to have items cleaned up, we have actually expended more money than was originally budgeted in our sanitation fund, and this is just reflecting that overage. I will say that last year, we had a similar situation of overage, and that overage was about $200,000. And if you will recall, this administration and council took over halfway through last year's budget, so this is actually keeping in line with us hitting the ground running and trying to be more responsive to these types of requests.
Councilman Nicholson?
When were we made? When were we aware of this shortfall? Because it doesn't. When I've asked for what budget amendments are we going to be hearing at the subcommittee, this was not brought up.
Yeah. So I was not aware of this shortfall until shortly before it made it to the desk to go to the clerk's office. So we have a weekly meeting, and one of the accountants said, hey, we need to get this cleaned up before the end of the year.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand, as a follow-up, the process by which $400,000 in an expense line, and we have, I mean, do we need to break this out as a separate expense line so that way the variance is more obvious to us, or is this a invoice that is this part of the bank reconciliation issue?
No, I wouldn't say this is part of the bank reconciliation issue. We just pay GFL on an ongoing basis. And, again, one of the accountants looked at the line and said, hey, based on what we have to pay because we just pay normally, and based on all of the additional fees that we are incurring because we're doing more special work, we need to up the amount of money that we are assigning to that. So really, to your point, this is a beginning of the year budgeting issue where we know now that we are doing extra work above and beyond what the contract calls for, and we just need to plan for that at the beginning of the year.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that, it seems like if we had budgeted an amount for sanitation And we have already, if it was obvious to us that we had reached 100% of that line item, that would have come up as something that we needed to talk about. Because when we're looking at those variances and we see something's 100% and we're reviewing for 2 months, 3 months before the end of the fiscal year, that's usually where we say, okay, all the bills are in, or, is this something that we're gonna have to, or see problematic? Like, to me, that seems like maybe that this particular item, sanitation services, I just don't know how that wasn't flagged. So I want to make sure that in the future that we're maybe breaking that out as a separate line item so we can see those percentages as they come through.
Yeah, your point is well taken, Councilman, and we certainly agree. I think this, although it may not be directly related to catching up on the accounting per se, I do think that it is related to the fact that we now have a finance director in place, that we now have more staffing capacity, and that the accountants on staff now have additional time freed up to better and more properly monitor the account. So as the deputy mayor said, the deputy mayor only learned of this late in the day, Thursday, but I think it's attributed to the fact that we now are not quite at full strength, but much closer to full staffing strength. And I do want to give credit where credit is due and acknowledge Director Sadowski's work to make sure that he and his staff are more closely monitoring all of the funds.
Further discussion. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, just a quick question, Deputy Mayor, concerning, could you give us an example of some extra stuff that were done in the community to overgo the budget,
Yeah, absolutely. So whenever we have to do a cleanup, so if there is dumping that occurs and it is on property that the city is responsible to clean up, the vast majority of the time we end up calling GFL, and so GFL is the one who cleans that up. Sometimes the spill or dumping is small enough that we send one of our trucks over there. They pick it up, and then they have to take it to the dump. Either way, at some point in that process, we end up increasing our billing to the sanitation line because that was not an activity that was accounted for in our normal. That was not an activity that was accounted for in our normal budgeting process. So that is an extra fee that gets charged to sanitation.
Okay. And my follow-up question, President McGinnis, is possible. Now, some of these cleanups, now have we considered working with some of the community, smaller companies that actually do cleanups?
I'm going to yield to the mayor.
I can yield to the mayor.
Yes, as a matter of fact, and we've recently had some conversations with some local contractors, some Pontiac-based businesses who do that kind of work. So we are actively considering that, as a matter of fact.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we are voting to authorize the clerk to post a notice. This will be back in 2 weeks for further deliberation. Roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment for the budget year 2022-23, increasing the budget appropriation of sanitation services by $400,000 and decreasing that same amount from the sanitation fund. Roll call and adoption of that resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and I'll be back before us in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for the mayor or his authorized designee to execute the appropriate intergovernmental agreement to join SEMCOG, which stands for the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments? Is there a motion?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. That item is now before us. Mayor and administration, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. We believe that there's substantial value add to the city joining the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments, or SEMCOG. This is a association of municipalities and counties that represents a big swath of southeast Michigan, going all the way from Monroe County in the south up to St. Clair County, including Oakland County, of course, Macomb County, Wayne County. And there are a number of services that SEMCOG provides to communities, including grant opportunities, among other things. And the annual cost of joining SEMCOG is less than $9,000. So we believe that that is a sound investment and will be more than paid for by expanded grant opportunities that we can benefit from here in the city of Pontiac.
So it's pointing out that, to reference what the mayor said, $1.25 million is the amount of the grant the city has been awarded by SEMCOG for streetlight replacement, which is a big deal and a big boost for our neighborhoods and our major corridors. And we look forward to other such funding opportunities being pursued now as full members of SEMCOG, so opening more funding doors for the city of Pontiac. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. You will notice that in the therefore be it resolved that you need to appoint a delegate and an alternate. For the alternate, we suggest the Community Development Director, Rachel Loughran. But for the delegate must be an elected official. And I'm not certain who amongst you would like to be that delegate.
Mayor Greimel, how about you? You're elected.
Yeah, in all of my spare time, huh? I certainly can serve in that role, and I don't know that we need to actually vote on that this evening, but we also want to collaborate with City Council, and as you know, we have a City Council person rather than me serving on the Planning Commission, so we welcome those opportunities to collaborate with Council, and we can certainly talk offline about who might make the most sense.
All right, who's up for it? So the SEMCOG meets regionally. So, for example, they have, I don't want to misquote, but they have upcoming meetings. As the delegate, you're encouraged to attend. If you are not able to attend, obviously the alternate, who's a member of the city staff, would be able to. I don't want to speak speculatively about the frequency of those meetings, but you can see in the summary that's been provided to us some of the different activities, workshops that will be available to us regardless of whether you're a delegate or not. Councilman Goodman, you up for it?
I volunteer as tribute.
Councilman Goodman volunteers as tribute to serve as the delegate for the city. Anyone else want to be in the mix? All right, with that, I will make an motion to, I will entertain a motion to amend the resolution to add in that first resolve, the delegate will be name Mikhail Goodman, title Pontiac City Councilman, and that alternate would be Rachel Loughran, City of Pontiac Community Development Director. Is there such a motion to amend?
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we amend the resolution to add that information. Hearing no further discussion or clarification, roll call on adoption of that amendment, adding those delegates and alternates. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The amendment passes. Now we're at the main motion. Is there any further discussion? With that, roll call on adoption of the resolution as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The city of Pontiac joins, but probably more likely rejoins, because I'm sure over the last few generations we were at one point, but joins the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for approval to award the bid and execute a contract with HS&S LLC, doing business as the Haven Group, for CPAs and advisors for the city's annual audit services in the amount of $87,500?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Goodman. The item is now before us. We give the floor to the mayor and administration.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Director Sadowski and/or Manager Martin to the podium to discuss this matter.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The solicitation for annual auditing services was posted to BidNet and the city's purchasing webpage April the 29th, 2023, and closed on May 25th, 2023. A total of 7 firms expressed interest in the solicitation documents, and a total of 1 firm submitted a bid, which was the Haven Group. And I am here for any questions that council may have regarding the solicitation process.
Thank you. Can you share information on other municipalities that utilize this firm for comparable services?
Hello. There's only a handful of municipalities, like she said, 7, that do primarily government work. The Haven Group is the auditors for the city of Ecorse. I've used them the last 5 years. So I actually recruited them to bid for the city as they work well with me, and so they submitted a bid.
Thank you. Mayor Grimo, can you speak to what was recommended about, or Councilman Nicholson, because I know Finance and Personnel reviewed the need in the past for the change of firms, that it was the Raymond Group that served this capacity for the city of Pontiac.
Yeah, I'll take it and yield to the mayor if he wants to add any additional items. So it's financially best it's best practice even in both municipal but also in corporate internal audit that you change your auditor every 3 to 5 years. We have been using Raymond now for the last 10 years. So in that spirit, and especially when we have received clean audits in the past years from Raymond, and then received a very scathing forensic audit, it became very clear that the Raymond Group was not performing internal controls in the way that we wanted them to. We expanded the scope of the audit. We did receive the audit letter, which is posted and is public information. The finance department is making all of those adjustments in response to any of the findings in the audit letter. But then also, based on the more expanded scope of that audit, that is where we got most of that advice. You always want to, your internal audit is somebody you hire. You want them to give you feedback. You don't want them to say everything's great every year. And taking a deep dive, they do that expansive municipal audit, but they also then take a deeper dive into a different facet of the municipal's financial health. So in this, with moving forward, changing our auditor, we felt was a very important thing. It had nothing to do with the outcome or the final audit letter.
Mayor Graham.
Yeah, just to echo that point, this is something that we started talking about long before the audit for the regular audit for the last fiscal year was completed. It's something that we started talking about a year ago, before the fiscal year had even ended, but then especially started talking about once the forensic audit was completed, and that forensic audit covered the period from January of 2014 roughly into early 2022. And that forensic audit found very serious financial problems with the previous administration's finances. And it was clear based on that the fact that Raymond was not sounding the alarm during those same 8 years really called into question the thoroughness of Raymond's reviews. And that's why we, asked Raymond to do a more thorough review for the fiscal year that ended last year. It was a little too late to change auditors for that year, but we did ask them to do a more thorough review. And it's also why we decided and started conversations at that time, even before Raymond began their audit, that, hey, we want to go in a different direction because we want to make sure that we have an auditor who is not being a yes person for the administration, but is instead really doing a thorough job and providing feedback to the city that is needed, that can be critical at times, and that will make sure that we're tightening up all of our fiscal control. So it was really a decision driven by the fact that the forensic audit determined that the past 8 years of the previous administration included very serious problems, and yet Raymond did not pick up or highlight those problems. So that told us a lot about the nature of Raymond's auditing, and is why we wanted to go in a different direction with a firm that would be more thorough and more objective.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
No.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is approved. The bid is awarded. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for approval to award the bid and execute a contract with the Pontiac Community Foundation for the M1 Mobility Transportation Program for $169,970?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman James. The motion is now before us. We give the floor to the administration, Mayor and Administration.
Thank you. Council will recall that the council voted last year to utilize the community credits and municipal credits that are available through the Smart Transportation System. These are credits that the city had left on the table for many, many years and had not utilized these dollars. And rather than allowing these dollars to simply be wasted and to evaporate, we recommended and council adopted a resolution to partner with SMART to utilize these dollars. We have gone out to through an RFP process to solicit proposals about who to partner best with to utilize these dollars to provide additional auxiliary transportation services in the community. And I'll turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, and our Purchasing Manager, Alicia Martin, who spearheaded this effort, to really talk about that process and why they're recommending the selection of Pontiac Community Foundation's M1 Mobility to utilize these resources.
Good evening, everyone. We went out with an RFP process seeking transportation services to augment existing smart transportation. What we were looking for is transportation for youth, for after-school programs, for workforce development programs for youth, for non-medical emergency transportation for seniors going to their doctor's appointments and as such. We put out an RFP. We had 17 firms that, in fact, pulled down the solicitation. We only had 2 that responded. The 2 were M1 Mobility and Driver Gent Transportation. Driver Gent bidded excessively higher than M1 Mobility, and as such, we're recommending. They bid $273,750. And Pontiac Community Foundation bid $169,970. In addition to the bid numbers being different, M1 Mobility already has established relationships with community organizations and after-school programs and other such things in the community. The other bidder did not, so they would have to establish those relationships. So as such, we're recommending that we go with M1 Mobility. 1, because the bid was lower, but 2, because they already have the established relationships, and we don't, in fact, want to have to bring in somebody who has to establish those relationships, and there could be a lack in the law and services that are available to Pontiac residents.
With that, Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I'm actually looking at the bid sheet. So the Pontiac Community Foundation Could you give me more about how many days a week they'll be providing transportation for our youth? Because if you look at the second bidder, they gave you a daily rate times 365 days.
Right.
Add that to over $273,000.
Right.
So what is Pontiac Community Foundation giving you? Because it doesn't say on this bid sheet.
I apologize. I don't do the bid tabulations, but in fact, they are recommending for the 7 days a week includes medical and others. The youth programs are 5 to 6 days a week, depending on job and workforce development issues. They're not proposing 7 days a week for youth, but they are proposing 7 days a week for other transportation. The workforce development is primarily youth and after-school programs. Most of the after-school programs, obviously, are Monday through Friday. So the bid from Community Foundation was, in fact, even looking at 7 days a week. They will provide 7 days a week for most transportation services. And obviously, the youth services are not required 7 days a week.
And a follow-up question. So for the seniors, what would they be doing for our senior population? I guess I'm trying to understand what are we getting for $169,000, which is not on this form.
They're taking people to non-medical emergency doctor's appointments, taking them to senior citizen centers for activities. Most of the time, the services are, in fact, for taking seniors to medical appointments. And they have an actual app. The seniors can request transportation via the app, and then they pick them up, take them to their doctor's appointments and such. They also will take them to programming that is designed for seniors throughout the community, such as going to Bowen or Ruth Peterson for activities there. They've taken them in the past to the health fairs around the city, those kind of things.
I can see some of those things, but a lot of our seniors have Medicaid, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
That provides for transportation to go to medical appointments.
Correct.
So why would we be hiring a company to do something that is already happening in our community?
Because they're not fully compensated. They're seniors who don't have Medicaid. And again, they're not just for medical transportation. They do take them to senior centers for activities. They take them to, again, activities proposed at the senior centers and other things. So it's not just for medical appointments. Certainly medical appointments are part of that, but that's not the only thing that they do for the seniors.
I see the deputy mayor and the mayor with their hands up, I believe. I yield to them.
So those are all great questions, Councilman. The only thing that I want to draw attention to is that these funds are not available for any other use. As part of SMART, we get, these are literally credits.
Okay,
these are literally credits, and so we can use them or we cannot use them. And so we're trying to use them.
Thank you for that that clarification. So this is more enhancing what we're doing already.
Correct.
Thank you. All right.
Councilman James.
I have one question. You said that Community Foundation has an app that the seniors will be able to use. Are you going to put in place a
They also have a telephone number.
Okay, thank you. That's what I want to hear, because
I understand that not everybody is computer literate, but they do have an app that you can schedule with. You can also call into a number directly.
They will be able to call and
Correct.
schedule. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, just to amplify the point that the deputy mayor made, this is additional money to the city that if we don't program for transportation, does not come to the city. So this is, for the city anyway, the equivalent of free money that otherwise just evaporates. And I don't know why the city didn't utilize the community credits and municipal credits in the past, but we want to make sure that we're utilizing those available funds and using them to enhance and augment transportation options in the community.
And to that point, Councilman James.
Well, just one other comment. In terms of evaluation, are we going to build evaluation into this program so that, as you know, like next year this time, we'll be able to actually look at the numbers of how effective this program was?
Yes, and to that point, last year, without our transportation credits, M1 Mobility had a direct grant from SMART. They delivered 2,500 rides last year. So we'll be looking to expand beyond that because now they'll have the additional resources. So last year they delivered 2,500 rides and were used primarily pretty much, and one of the things is that where they really excelled is shift workers, particularly late shift workers that were going to, for instance, Amazon that worked midnight shift. This was really some of the only transportation that was available because SMART does stops in our community at a certain time, and this, in fact, was able to get workers to work sites that, particularly the midnight shift, that were not available. And as the mayor said, it's something that augments what we have. There's not an equal distribution between youth and seniors and workers who use them. But again, last year, Mobility One, without our assistance, provided 2,500 rides. And I think this will be able to probably, and I don't want to speak for them, but certainly we will increase the number of rides available to Pontiac residents.
Further discussion? I do think this is a major win for quality of life for those that have mobility challenges, but also a win for, as you were pointing out, economic development. I can remember 11 or 12 years ago being in the chambers as a resident watching when I believe it was the emergency manager that eliminated shuttle services. I don't know if it was called Senior Shuttle or called Televan, but basically it was, my understanding is that was the Pontiac version of using these SMART credits, using the SMART system to have our sort of Pontiac-specific service because there was an overhead cost to it. And so for cost savings and debt elimination, that was done away with. But by doing away with it, we were missing out on, as the mayor and deputy mayor pointed out, these credits that we, the taxpayers of Pontiac, are paying into through the overall SMART system. So it's to our benefit that we create a mechanism or a means to provide this service. So as soon as it's built out and ready to roll, please empower City Council with that information, just like how I was sharing that with our seniors in District 7 last night, and they were blown away about the assistance for moving their trash cans if they have medical challenges. I think they're really going to receive this information well. I remember in these chambers, it was a few blind residents that were really understandably very frustrated by the elimination of that Televan because that was a primary mode of transportation for them for many purposes, not only medical appointments, but other living a life and appointments. So I look forward to this expanding transportation options for our residents, and we look forward to getting some data on how it's going, other room for improvement. But I'm looking forward to this being an added service for Pontiac residents. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call and adoption of the resolution for approval to award the bid and execute a contract with the Pontiac Community Foundation for the M1 Mobility Transportation Program for $169,970. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Abstain?
McGinnis?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. Councilwoman James, do you want to share the nature of your abstention?
I serve on the board of the Pontiac Community Foundation.
Thank you. With that, motion carries, resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for approval to award the bid and execute an agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc. via the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program with a not-to-exceed amount? The contract amount will be $53,602.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker. We turn the floor to the mayor and administration.
Yeah, thank you. This is essentially a proposal to enter into a car leasing arrangement, a vehicle leasing arrangement for code enforcement vehicles. And I'll allow our purchasing manager, Alicia Marn, together, if she deems appropriate, our code enforcement manager, as he may want to chime in about some of this, to explain why we opted to go with a leasing arrangement, why we believe that's more cost-effective than purchasing vehicles, and why Enterprise was selected. And with that, I'll turn it over to Purchasing Manager Martin.
Thank you. My understanding is that code enforcement vehicles is an aging fleet, and so they're in dire need of updating that fleet. We looked at a couple of cooperative programs that offered fleet programming, and one of the programs that we looked at was Sourcewell, which is a cooperative that we're a participating member of. One of the other things that we were looking at in terms of just updating the vehicles and making sure they're not breaking down on the roads as they're servicing the city is also to make sure that they can be maintained. And so Sourcewell is offering a 60-month agreement for leasing 8 vehicles to code enforcement. Again, that will include maintenance. The first year, the fleet that we have will offset some of the first year's cost. It's a little over $50,000, so that $53,000 number that you saw wouldn't actually be that amount for the first year. And then the remaining 4 years will be paying the $53,602. And so, did I miss anything? I guess one more thing I want to add through Sourcewell is that they went out to 6 different fleet management firms in the competitive bid process, and Enterprise ended up being the #1. This was done in 2018, and more recently in 2023, they went out again, and Enterprise was #1 again. So they're recommending Enterprise Fleet Services to the city, Pontiac.
The only thing I'd want to add is currently we have 5 vehicles for 7 districts and an 8th inspector that handles all the businesses. So some are doubled up, some are rotating their schedules where they're doing enforcements and inspections in the morning while the other person's doing paperwork from the day before. And so this will be well received by all of them. They can get out and cover their areas more effectively. I used Enterprise Fleet in a previous community. One of the benefits is that their objective right from the beginning is to make sure that the resale value on the vehicles is present at the end of your lease contract. So they encourage you, and that's why the maintenance program is such a huge benefit. They contact you, let you know when things need to be done on the vehicles to make sure that they're under warranty. And it's a worry-free fleet. You don't, if something comes up, it's covered, and that's the beauty of it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, so that way we can, I see that it references substantial cost savings long-term in terms of maintenance expenses to the city of Pontiac. So it's a very fiscally responsible move for us to make for the taxpayers, but to your point, delivers increased services. We can have the code enforced more effectively. We just have more versatility. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilwoman James.
Yeah, but I got a few questions. We currently have 5 vehicles that are not going to be covered under this lease.
So those 5 vehicles will be traded in. So as we'll schedule, as we're getting new cars, maybe 2 new cars, we'll trade in 1 current car. And then the offset, they've already evaluated the resale value on the cars that we have currently. Their projection is that the 5 cars total will bring us in just over $50,000, which should cover most of the costs for the leases for the new vehicles for the first year.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. We're not going to have our own and the lease. We are going to get rid of the ones we currently have, and our vehicles will all be provided by Enterprise Lease.
Correct. So the goal is to get 8 new vehicles and trade in the 5 existing ones.
Trade in, okay, yep. Okay. The second question is, we're doing a 60-month contract. Isn't that kind of long? That's 5 years. Are you able to make changes in that contract without that having to go back to being rebidded?
Well, I can tell you just. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, when they make these contracts, they're looking at the approximate life of the vehicle. And to his point that he made a little earlier was making sure that there's some value at the end of the lease, so they're going to change out those vehicles. So we're already be in a program where we can have that change occur.
Okay, but wouldn't we anticipate that within 5 years, there might be changes in the department that we would either need more or,
There
that
may be, and in that case, we would add more vehicles to the program if that's the directive of the city's administration to continue with the lease.
Okay.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, oh, was that a hand? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution for approval to award the bid and execute an agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc. via the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program in the contract amount of $53,602. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
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 That motion carries, the resolution is adopted, and the bid is awarded. Thank you, everyone from the staff that worked on those items and took time to present this evening. We are now at public comment. Following public comment, we will do a very brief recess, so that way council members can use the facilities or get some water, and then we will continue with the review of the budget. We anticipated that might have taken some time, so we wanted to make sure that public comment fell before that budget, extended budget consideration. We don't anticipate that we'll be voting on the budget tonight, but tonight is when we're going to be delving into a lot of amendments. So I just want to make sure everyone's acquainted with that information. So with that, Pro Tem Carrington, any requests for public comment tonight?
Yes, President McGinnis. Ms. Beatrice Wright?
And if you could turn the microphone on with the button at the bottom right, the base at the right.
Thank you. Good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor, clerk Doyle. I want to come to the podium tonight to bring your attention regarding two or three things. There's a business on the north side of town that gives me pause. I've called one of the council people regarding this business on another occasion. It sits on the corner of Madison and Arlene. And all of the equipment for this business sits along the sidewalk of adjacent to the high school and the junior high school. It seems that it is, to me, inappropriate. It is an industrial business, and I don't know which one of the, it may be you, Councilperson Carrington, but I would hope that you would look into that, because we have industrial containers, we have trucks, we have what you would call containers gas containers that hold gas, that I think inappropriately sits out near the public. And so I would hope you would address that. But I rise here on the occasion for a cultural reason as well. We are a few days away from Juneteenth. And I know that the city has some activities, and I'll leave that to the administration and the council to talk about that. But I am a member of the world-renowned Golden Opportunity Club, and we are having on Juneteenth, that's the 19th of the month, a reading of a play called Juneteenth, That Day of Jubilation. And it is a play that was written by George Pitchford. Many of you know him. It begins at 1 p.m. at the Bowen Senior Center. And it is presented in cooperation with the city, the Bowen Senior Center, and the North Oakland County branch of the NAACP. And so for those of you who are familiar with Juneteenth, even though there are states that don't want you to know about Juneteenth, it is when the people of Texas were given the proclamation that slaves are indeed free. And so that happened on June 19th, 1863, I think it was. So I want you, 1865. And I just want everyone to come out and support us for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good evening again. Thank you so much. I wanted to say an issue came up earlier that I want everybody to know. The time we spent with workforce development and working especially with our youth here, the number one item that was a barrier for especially those going into pursuing and wanting to get into skilled trades was transportation. So mayor, deputy mayor, whomever who's seeking out these credits to try to help and assist the transportation issue, it is a direct barrier for a lot of our young people who want to get in skilled trades. It's not the typical type of trade where you go to the same place every time. And if you do not have a license and dependable transportation, you usually are not considered. So the more and more we can help address these types of barriers in our city, the more we'll help our young people or anybody who has that barrier with transportation as far as workforce development, and it would also assist us with economic development. I got some great news because I want to let you know what TDC has been doing with some work, and we're hearing a lot of times we talk about the youth getting involved with jobs or careers. We have several, matter of fact, two main of our partners in TDC with the help of the state, the Michigan Reconnect program. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but the Michigan Reconnect program and OCC has really partnered up, and it's addressing the eligible people are Michigan residents, at least 25 years of age, U.S. citizens are eligible, non-citizens, a high school graduate or holder of a GED certificate, not currently a college graduate. So this is to help those 25 and older, no age limitation. If you don't have a college degree, Michigan Reconnect will actually help you get a college degree, a associate degree, or certification. This is a tremendous program, and we at TDC, along with the Carnev Group, we want to solicit and recruit those 25 and older who want to pursue this. This is how we really, really invest in our residents. And if we can get the support to get TDC to work with programs like OCC, Oakland County Michigan Works, we can help educate them, lift them up, get them in careers that's higher paying. If you realize it or not, the median income here in Pontiac is less than $35,000. We have to address workforce development for economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
First, I'd like to thank Council for acknowledging the contributions of Albert Hatchett by renaming Johnson Street. There is not someone from the family to receive that at this time, but my husband and Albert Hatchett were partners for a long time, worked to be transformational in the city of Pontiac, and I enjoyed reading the resolution you wrote to support this renaming of the street and saw, as you mentioned, some of the history of the two of them working together for the betterment of the city of Pontiac. And they were willing to work for the betterment, knowing that change comes hard. And Pontiac set the pace for a lot of things in terms of civil rights legislation that happened right here in this city. So I appreciated you doing that on behalf of the family, and his family and my family, who were close together. Also, the Crown Act, which you also supported, I wanted to report, that is the act that has just passed the legislature that bans discrimination for ethnic hairstyles or hair types. So that's also something that's come a long time coming. It passed the legislature now, and the governor is going to sign it Thursday. So that's good news because, as we know, people, women, and African Americans, years ago when I came to the city of Pontiac, actually, looking back, and people who wear their African Americans and others who wore their hair, like me now and others of us do, would have lost their jobs. Wouldn't have been hired or wouldn't have been selected for residencies and positions like that. So this is something that's a long time coming, and we're happy to see it. And now Michigan's going to join the, I think, 20-some other states that have passed that. I keep coming up and talking about the budget because it is important. And I to talk about that because of something else that during my administration, we got the ARP money, and that was something that was going to be transformational for the city in such good ways. And so people have been coming back down and advocating for make sure you get more of that ARP money out, and the more that is taken out and put into the budget to decrease the deficit, the less it's available for people, all right? So I'm just going to stick with it. Change comes hard, as we've seen through history, and I've seen by people coming down and advocating and saying, where's the money, when do we get it? Why do you have such high restrictions? Restrictions are imposed by the city administration. They're not imposed by the federal government. That's something we're adding on. So we'll keep coming at time talking about it. People keep coming down and advocating for it, and I see that it's beginning to evidence some change, because I did hear Mayor Grimo did say that he's thinking about reducing the restrictions for people getting that money. Any citizen in the city is eligible to get ARP money by the rules of the federal government.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Again, good afternoon. I'm Darlene Clark, speaking as a resident. And I don't mean to harp on this, but I need to say this. First, let me explain something to you guys. When a resident come down here, it's consistent as the ones who come continuously. They're not actually coming to complaining. They're actually trying to voice the expression for what they hear in the streets and what others are saying as well. Like you get calls. It's a code among Pontiac, because everyone know each other, is to speak about things that's an issue. Again, Pontiac consists of 60% renters. Out of those renters are 65 buildings and townhomes, which is quite a lot for a city as small as Pontiac. I asked the administration, please look into the GFL contract to up the load as far as the containers for households. Those containers are overloaded because they don't have the room. Now, before the containers came, because I've been a long-time resident here, what you're going to do, people will move the containers to the back, but they will put boxes or something on side from their porch to other containers that can hold their trash, which is going to create a bigger problem. Your problem is not so much with the residents not cooperating, it's with the contract that the GFL from past administration have tied the residents, especially the renters' hands, in trying to get their trash taken. So that's one thing I wanted to say. And again, all due respect to the council, I know this is going to sound maybe atrocious, but please don't take what I'm getting ready to say to you guys as an insult. You got to stop passing resolutions to certain parties or people that you think is a benefit to the city of Pontiac. Though they have a name, there's over 160 famous people dead that carries the weight of Pontiac. Pontiac is not an all-black city. It is nowhere near an all-black city. Even though you think it's predominantly black, it really isn't. Pontiac is a mixed culture. We have whites, we have black, we have Hispanics, we have Chinese, we have Arabs. We are a mixed culture that truly live in the city of Pontiac. When you go to change the names of these streets, especially in the direction that you're going in, You're leaving insult and other cultures out of the loop. You're selecting long-standing Black people, which I do know, and I actually went to school with a lot of them. But understand this, we are not a multi-Black. We're not just all Black. We are a mixed culture.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. That concludes our public comments. President
All right.
McGinnis.
With public comment concluded, Manager McIntyre?
Just real quick, because it was mentioned, the business that the young lady over here referred to at Arlene, and we do have that in enforcement currently for a couple violations. They're not following their site plan, the outdoor stored items, and their expired business license. So I just wanted to make sure that she was aware of that.
Thank you.
Just a couple of quick things. Councilwoman James, in reference to the bins and the disabled people, Waste Management and most other trash companies have to comply with the ADA. They have different means of helping the handicapped people with how their trash is picked up, including special apps, special lifts, special bins. There are many different ways that can be handled. And if you come across a waste company that is not in compliance with ADA, turn them in, because they need to be. The other thought that I had through the evening was that this is the fourth city I've lived in Michigan. And one of them was up in the country. Our summer place was in Caseville, so you'd call that country. And I've never lived where you could put your trash out front, ever. There's always an ordinance about where your bins go. And every place I've been sitting there looking it up to see, I don't know what they have today, but I know what we used to have. And if it was line of sight, even when I lived in New England, which really is country, if you could see the trash from the front of your property, you were not in compliance with the local ordinance. Your driveway, most driveways come to the end of the house line. Not all, some pretty close. And then we would put our trash just around that corner. And part of the ordinances was that your covers had to be on tightly, or you could be served as a violator because your trash bins weren't covered, and the rodents would get in. Of course, the more rural it was, the worse that was a problem, because you'd have raccoons and all kinds of things. But it's not as prohibitive as it sounds. You really get used to it pretty quickly.
All right, thank you. With that, public comment is closed, but I want to now, without objection from City Council, take a 5-minute recess so everyone can use the facilities, get a drink, take a breath. And what is coming up next is the ordinance regarding the upcoming fiscal year budget. So with that, we are at stand at recess for 5 minutes. Right now it's 8:38 p.m.
Oh, yeah, I went to almost all of them. Yeah, I had a great time. Yeah, I really want to see those come back, you know, because I haven't done, for all the years that I've been in Pontiac, I'd never seen that done before. I love it. I had a good time. When they did the concert in the street and they had the band up on top of the string, I went to one of those too. That was good. Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, him. Yeah. Morris Day. Yeah. Well, you know, if you ever talk about this stuff, you know, you can suggest Kim, you know, who Kim is. I hear he does a lot of free concerts. He's not really expensive, and he's really good. I would love to see Pontiac. Yeah, I would love to see Pontiac sponsor him.
The time is 8:48 p.m. 8:48 p.m. My 5 minutes was a very loose 5 minutes. It became 10. But the recess has concluded at 8:48 p.m. We are now at number 19 on the agenda, adoption of an ordinance to appropriate the sums of money necessary to meet the expenditures set forth in the budget recommended for the operation of the City of Pontiac, Michigan, to defray the debts, expenditures, and liabilities of said city for the fiscal year beginning the first day of July 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Again, we don't anticipate that we'll be having the final determining vote, but what we aim to do tonight is get through as many of the amendments to the budget proposed by council members as possible, so that way we can have as clean of a version as possible with the amendments to date for us to have another reading next week and ideally vote on the budget next Tuesday, June 20th. That gives the city enough time to be able to meet the state deadlines that they require before the fiscal year starts. Is my understanding of our process in alignment with your understanding of the state requirements, Clerk Doyle?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, very good. So it's now moved and seconded, and what we'll do is start considering amendments. Clerk Doyle, you had identified some amendments. Do you find that they are reflected in the document that we are now considering before us?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Would you like to summarize those for the benefit of the council?
And if you could, just give us page numbers as we go.
I'll have to find them. So on page 3 of 47, that's the Charter Commission and Department 102. It's just some minor changes that weren't in alignment, but now the figures are in alignment. Department 191, elections. That's where there were, and that's page 4 of 47. There have been some changes. As you can see, the initial requested budget was $354,000. It has been up to $428,000, $687. And the reason for that is I wasn't thinking the city was going to have an election this year. So the initial budget only considered the presidential primary, which was going to be in 2024. But now that we will have an election in November, there were additional costs. And then there is a possibility that the primary that's normally held in August of next year, the federal primary in August of 2024, may be moved up as a result of early voting, either to May or June. So then that would have an impact on this budget as well. So those figures are in here as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman Nicholson, do you have any changes that you'd like to have considered?
I do have an amendment to consider first. I do want to ask the clerk for one question. That additional primary, or that additional election is in result of the referendum, is that correct?
Yes, the adult use marijuana.
In total, what would that election now cost the city? What was the amendment, the amended amount?
On average, elections cost at minimum $50,000.
$50,000. Okay, thank you. My amendment would be to personnel services, which is on page 9 of 47. We have been talking in Finance and Personnel Subcommittee just about some the general direction that the HR department and the overall city structure and as it relates to performance improvement, We've been using in the past some resources that are available to the community and the public for free to try to make sure that we're aligned. I know the deputy mayor has given the update that while our salary guide is mid-competitive, is what we would say. In continuing to have conversations about hard-to-fill positions, things of that nature, and the changing atmosphere, the rapidly changing atmosphere, I do think that it is important that we reach out to a professional firm and conduct a salary study. That salary study, though, may be a little bit more expansive for professional services to also include review of the job descriptions as well as the performance improvement, structure. So that way we can make sure that we have equity within our roles, that we can align our job descriptions, but also we are under, as we heard from the Charter Commission this evening, 18 months. Getting that information out, it could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months with the right firm. So being able to turn that information around in time to be able to potentially market changes that may need to happen on the director level, that is something that I have a concern with. I do think that there are some inequities between the director level roles, especially as it relates to, with the finance director here, I've said it before in subcommittees, the finance director is essentially the CFO of the city in a lot of ways. So there will be inequities between different director level positions. However, our charter calls for those positions by name. So it could potentially be that we do this and they want to make changes that would affect, and the Charter Commission would have to consider whether or not we could, have those changes be embodied in the city's structure. So with that, one of those more expansive, processes, it could cost a great deal of money. However, inequities in our structure, our job descriptions, as well as just implementing or not having implemented at this point a performance-based equity increase or equity improvement program, or performance-based improvement program, is also puts the city in a bad position with maintaining staff. So I'd like to add an additional $200,000 to the professional services line underneath personnel services. Other professional services, so it would increase it to $275,000.
That's 101-270-818.000, other professional services under Department 270, Personnel Services. Councilman Nicholson moves to amend the figure to strike the current $75,000, and he's proposing it now be $275,000.
Of course, we would do a RFP, so we may not get to that amount, but I want to make sure we don't have another situation like we had with the courthouse where we don't put in enough and then we can't do what we set out to do. But I think it's a tremendous undertaking.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by Parker. Is there any further debate? Mayor Greimel.
Well, I really welcome this, and I think it's a good idea, and I think it's a very wise approach to trying to better ascertain exactly what salary adjustments are needed where. And so I just want to thank you for bringing this forward, Councilman, and I hope as we go out with an RFP to select a firm that you'll encourage firms that we believe, or you believe to be more precise, that you believe would be good at doing this work to apply, because obviously this kind of work is only as good as the expertise of the firms doing it. So please don't be shy about sending and encouraging firms to apply for this.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? It's amending, making the amendment that adds the salary study or increases the other professional services for personnel services, Department 270, up to $275,000. On that motion, Pro Tem?
Yes, just a quick question. Councilman Nichols, has there been any estimate of what this would actually cost?
So we have previous estimates from our consulting RFP that we did at the very beginning. We know that we went with a relatively smaller firm. Some of the more reputable firms that have the ability to do this or have that information were closer to this level. Example would be like GovHR.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, roll call on adoption of the proposed amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Parker? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
No.
James? McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The amendment is adopted and will be incorporated into the budget that's now before us. Councilman Goodman, do you have a motion? Or amendment, rather?
Are we moving one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I do all capital improvements at once?
I don't know. What do you got in mind?
So there are a couple of them that would total up to around $700,000 across multiple different parts of the city. So $250,000 for the parking lot for the 50th District Court.
I would do it standalone.
So do each of them standalone?
Yeah.
Okay, so for right now, that is
But is it the same line item? Because if it's the same line item, you could do it as one.
Wait, so it is for the 50th District? Just both of the ones I have currently?
Okay, you could do those in tandem.
Or Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor?
It's capital improvement. You can put it all in the same line item.
Okay. So then I have a list of them that we can go through real fast.
Okay, you want to make it as one motion to amend? Go for it.
So the $250,000 for the district court parking lot, $120,000 for HVAC for the district court, $175,000 for the HVAC for City Hall, and then $200,000 for the fire departments for the multiple deferred maintenance items that are rather important.
And all in that total is?
That should total up to, given my math, around $700,000.
So, can you repeat those? And then what account number? I'm trying to. I got the 250,000 for the court parking lot.
Yep.
What were the other ones?
$120K for the 50 District Court's HVAC. The next one would be $175K for the City Hall's HVAC. And then the last one would be $200K for the fire department's capital improvements for some deferred maintenance.
I got a question. Whenever you.
You could put those at 445, 265, 974.021 building maintenance.
All right, it's been identified what's proposed and where it falls in the budget. Is there a second to the councilman's motion?
Isn't that?
Yeah. More, I'm sorry, more appropriately. 445, 265, 976.001 building additions and improvements.
Okay. Yeah. Councilman Goodman has made a motion. Is there a second? You want to restate that?
Yep. So it would be for the 50th District Court's parking lot and the HVAC for the 50th District. The HVAC, so heating and cooling for City Hall to replace and repair multiple different units, and then multiple deferred maintenance projects from the fire department, such as their above-ground temporary fuel tank that's right here on Pike that needs to be taken care of.
I think they should be separated. 42.
Is there a second to the councilman's motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So it's now before us for further clarification or discussion. Is everyone clear on what the councilman's motion is? Pro Tem Carrington?
I got a couple of questions concerning the HVAC at, didn't we just do, last year, didn't we just do some repairs for the court's HVAC system? If I'm not mistaken. Yes.
The previous council allocated $80,000 to do some of the repair to the HVAC system. However, that money was never spent. And then coming into this year, certainly with
Microphone.
I'm sorry. And then certainly coming into this, well, let me repeat. The previous council allocated $80,000 to repair the HVAC system at the courthouse, 50th District. That money was not spent. And so when we came to this year's budget and they had to get a different RFP, which increased the amount to well over $100,000, probably about closer to the amount that he's talking about. And that's the piece of the money has not been spent that was allocated in the previous years. And so what he's asking for is really only about a $45,000 increase on what the original amount that was allocated is for in regards to the changes that would take place at the 50th Court District HVAC systems. If I understood all that we've talked about at the Law and Courts Committee.
And my second question, you asked for $200,000 for the fire department. I guess I'm trying to understand that because we just had a public safety meeting and none of that was mentioned in the public safety meeting. So I'm trying to understand, administration, what are they requesting?
So there are multiple deferred maintenance items across almost all of the fire stations. One of the ones that the councilman mentioned is probably the biggest one is that you will recall we had to decommission the underground fuel tank, the underground storage tank at the fire station right here on Pike Street because it was leaking. We currently have an above ground tank, which does not hold near the capacity as the underground tank. And that actually hinders the ability of the fire department to get their trucks fueled properly. But then across all of the other stations, there are roof repairs that need to be made. There are doors that need to be repaired. So just deferred routine maintenance.
All right, thank you. No other questions.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Nicholson.
So unless I have not understood, it sounds like the 50th District Court needs that there was continuing surveying that was being done. So are we close to knowing what those total amounts are for the parking lot repairs and the HVAC needs?
So for the parking lot repairs and HVAC needs, those numbers should be relatively close to what's needed. What is still going on, so we had the comprehensive study for this building to bring this building up to the modern standards. That has not yet been totally completed for the court building.
Okay, yeah, because I feel like I remember the administrator saying that they hadn't come back to look at some things and we had additional questions.
You're absolutely correct. Okay. And if I may?
Yes, sir.
And in addition, the parking lot I thought was in excess of somewhere close to 275. If I think we got ready to redo the whole parking lot for the 50th Court District, because there were some issues with where the judges park and where the other people park and some of the underlying issues of fixing it so that people can't arbitrarily crawl under the fence and get in. So we may be a little bit short in what we're asking for.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the amendment before us is adding the additional funding totaling $700,000 under Department 445 capital improvements. Roll call on adoption of the proposed amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
No.
No.
Yes.
And that means fails due to lack of majority? Okay. All right. Pro Tem Carrington, any amendments that you'd like to consider?
Yes, just, I had two, but I'm gonna hold back on one. I need to ask the administration a question concerning, the surplus and the parking fund, because it's not, I don't see it here on the budget, so I just wanted to know what the number is we have in the parking fund.
Yeah, great question, Pro Tem Carrington. So the question relates to what amount is actually in the parking fund, and I believe the answer is nothing. But I'll defer to Deputy Mayor and Director Sadowski for additional details.
So Director Sadowski can expound on it, but the answer is zero.
Zero, we have no surplus, anything in that fund?
So, correct.
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you. That's all. Because that would, if you say nothing, then that changes what I'm about to do. So just want to make sure that.
I will give a short exposition, and if Director Sadowski needs to correct, he will. The parking fund is left over from the time when the city actively ran a full parking division. And we have not been running a parking division, so we have not been bringing income into that. We've only been expending money out of it. And most recently, because of the sale of the not the sale, most recently because of the global settlement agreement, where the city was involved in buying and selling the Ottawa Tower buildings, and then taking a $6 million loan in the process of that. All of that was put on the parking fund, and there's just no funds left in that fund because there's nothing coming in, only expenses going out.
All right, thank you for that information. I will pass for now.
Okay. Councilwoman James, any amendments or questions or deliberations?
One, the housing study that we had talked about, I'd like to add on to appropriations, redevelopment, and housing, Department 690, page 1247. Under other professional services, I'd like to put in an amount for, to pay for that housing study. I'm not sure what housing studies cost, but we need to get that done.
All right, so right now, other professional services, it's a $100,000 line item under redevelopment and housing, Department 690. Am I looking at the right one, Councilwoman James?
Yes, yes.
And can the administration share whether their housing study expenses are already reflected in that, or if council wanted to reflect that intention, what would be the appropriate amount to expand that?
I too do not know what a housing study will actually cost, and an RFP is being prepared right now. So I would say if you want to dedicate an additional $100,000 to that, you can dedicate it, and we will know that we have enough money. I'm hoping that between what's already contemplated and that, there should be enough funding.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion to add $100,000?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Support.
All right, so under Department 690, redevelopment and housing, other professional services, 101-690-818.000, Councilwoman James moves to increase that from $100,000 presently to be $200,000. It's been seconded by Councilman Nicholson. Now we have debate on that amendment. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
Yes.
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 All right, that motion carries. The amendment passes, and it will be reflected in the budget motion before us. Councilman Parker, any motions or amendments, questions, deliberations?
Yes, I do. I wanted to add to account number 101699707. I want to add for our homelessness initiative, 101699707.
What page you on, sir?
What page?
12, it looks like.
It's on page 12, I believe. Page 12. And I want to add 250,000 to assist with our homelessness initiative and support of the some of the LLCs that are dealing with our homeless initiative in regards to finding them temporary lodging, i.e., in other locations that they need.
So you're proposing to add it to salaries and wages for grant management and philanthropy?
Oh, professional services, other professional services. 818? 818, okay. 818. 101-699-818.
Right now, that is $50,000, and you were proposing to increase it to what amount? Another 250?
Right.
So it'd be 300,000 all in. Right. That's the motion from Councilman Parker. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Parker, seconded by Goodman, to increase other professional services under grant management and philanthropy for the purposes of, and I don't want to misquote it.
Our homelessness initiative in support of some of the local LLCs that are dealing with our homeless problem in Pontiac.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion before us? Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman James.
Yes, just a quick question concerning this. So is the administration planning on setting up some kind of grant program to solicit these companies to assist in the housing issue? The homeless housing issue? I'm just trying to understand exactly, are you guys planning on rolling this out?
We were not planning on rolling it out, so you'd have to ask Councilman Parker what he has in mind for this budget amendment. This is new to me.
Okay. Because I guess I'm worried about the capacity of the administration to do this with so many other things on the table. So that's really my concern.
Okay. My concern is that we have a critical homelessness issue in Pontiac. And there are people that are sleeping on the street, sleeping in the car, sleeping wherever they can find places to do that. And we do not have a main method or a means to assist that. It's either being handled by local LLCs, it's being handled by churches, it's been handled by whoever got $1, they can put somebody up. And I was hoping that the city would be willing to get a little skin in the game and say, okay, whether it's through grants or however, that we put something out there that we can say we are certainly interested in helping our citizens to better themselves. And I'm sure that there's a process and a plan that could be put in place to make sure that we track the dollars and find out and get a evaluation of what the money is used for.
No more questions for me.
Councilman James.
Yeah, I agree that we do have a horrible homelessness issue here. But my concern is that we don't really have a plan here for how we are going to approach it. And so without a plan or some kind of an idea of how we want to go about this, I don't see, adding that. I guess the question would be, do we want to get into some level of involvement here as to what, the city's already been involved, that we had to have the police remove this village of people who were, so it is a problem for the city. And it would make sense for us to plan, what we want to do, what's in our best interest to do to try to relieve this situation. So I'm in agreement that we could put some money here, but we need to understand how we as a city want to approach this. That's where I'm not clear. And I don't see us making a move to put the money there and not know what we're going to do with it.
Yeah. Councilman Goodman had his hand first, followed by Councilman Parker.
So I can very much understand the concern in not having a plan, but to Councilman Parker's point, we are at a critical impasse moment of people needing help. Like houselessness is really a problem in our community, and I would say that to my colleagues, there have been many circumstances where we have budgeted money for things that we may have not gotten around to, and that money goes back into the budget. So worst case scenario, we've put this money in here, and hopefully it gives us the drive and ambition to do something with it. And I'd say hopefully almost immediately, doing whatever we can, because also like we talk about the city having skin in the game and not having a plan. We haven't really been deeply involved in this houselessness work, but a lot of other people have. Now, whether I agree with Pastor Parker's idea of giving it to different LLCs is here nor there. Really, again, we can create a process. That's how our city works. But I don't want us to get into the immediate thought process of I don't want to allocate money to a thing that we literally could allocate money to then create a process to then actually actively use it. But worst case scenario, if it goes into that account, which again, hopefully gets used for solving our houselessness problem, if it doesn't get used and say it doesn't have the capacity for it, it doesn't get spent. I could see this in particular being a only improvement from here, given our situation.
Councilman Parker.
And to the councilman's point, we know that, and we've had presentations done at council where various organizations are available and active and have been asking us for assistance with this process. In addition to that, there's another group that's already working on putting together a plan in place and probably would be able to roll it out, a comprehensive plan that tracks the dollars, that's able to say where your money went, how many people you helped over the course of time. That one should be able to be presented and rolled out no later than the 1st of September if all goes well. So there is a plan in place. What we really want to do, what I'm hoping to be able to do is put some monies aside that when the plan is ready to go, because there's too many people out there that's dealing with this issue, and we, for whatever reason, are acting like we don't have an interest in helping out in any way, shape, or form, other than going to meetings.
Councilman Goodman.
And I mean, to speak as a person who has one of the city's shelters in my district, there is an actual massive problem, because even the shelter that we have here in the city, the shelters that we do have that are limited in size or limited in who they'll accept based on religion or other matters, there are still people who I have to drive past going home at night who are sleeping on the bench outside of Hope, who are sleeping on the doorsteps, people who are sleeping in the nearby neighborhood because there is not enough beds. We need to actively do something about our houselessness problem. Again, whether again, to Pastor Parker's point, whether it is an existing organization or again, we find some way to use this money, we need to actively dedicate resources to the problem that we need to fight, opposed to just talking about it. And I say that having to drive past a shelter every single day, coming into City Hall, coming into work, downtown, and going home.
I have a question for Mayor or Deputy Mayor. What became of Hope Warming Center's proposal for expansion? Has there been requests for the city to invest in that construction and expansion? Where does it stand in the pipeline?
Well, I just had a meeting today with the Hope Warming Shelter, and their request was not for a city investment in the capital improvements of the expansion, but instead in a annual ongoing amount of $50,000 towards operations.
Would this budget amendment be able to be utilized for that purpose if that's determined, along with other initiatives? Would this be sort of funding allow for that ability?
Well, I think the short answer is yes. we'd have to go through some sort of formal process, I think, as opposed to just waving a magic wand and delegating any one recipient. So there would have to be some sort of a deliberative or competitive process by which entities involved in this kind of work apply for this sort of funding. And I think a housing study or some other deliberative work in advance would probably be important in order to guide any involvement in this space.
My hope is that we'd be able as a community to invest in multiplier positive that would directly address sustainable long-term solutions. And so I know that there are many possibilities and we don't have all the answers immediately, but I just want to get a sense of what's possible, not trying to assign, and I certainly am not a magic wand waving kind of dude, but just want to get a sense on if that would be an eligible programming of this budget decision. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Clerk Doyle, could you repeat what GL account number was identified for this?
101-699-818.000.
So it's other professional services under grant management and philanthropy, taking what is 50,000 currently, and it would go up to $300,000 by adding $250,000.
Right.
Everyone clear on what's been proposed? Everyone clear on what's being discussed? No further discussion or debate. Roll call on adoption of the proposed amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
I would like to see an adjustment in the amount. So what, if I vote no, can we resubmit this with the, okay, no.
Yes.
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
No.
4 yeas, 2 nays.
So that motion carries, so I apologize, Councilwoman James, it wouldn't be in order at this point to offer a different amount.
Absolutely.
All right, that was a Parker proposal. Councilman Nicholson, anything new up on
Yes,
deck?
I have a question for the clerk to know whether or not I should adjust this. If the Charter Commission, as we heard tonight, hasn't spent funds from the previous year, I suppose they're looking to then double. I know the request was for $35,000, and it was 20 minimum, right? I want to better understand where the interest lies in parking some of those, or what those needs were further.
And I might be able to address that. What wasn't clear from the Vice Chair of the Charter Commission, so what's proposed right now is $102,000, $383 for Charter Commission expenses. Setting aside the salary and benefits, et cetera, we're looking at $5,000 for training, $2,500 for public notices, $10,000 for printing and bindery services, $8,000 for other professional services, $15,000 for legal services, $10,000 for postage, and $2,500 for office supplies. So if we're just looking at office supplies down to training, that's 25, 35, 40, 50,000, 500, 51,000. That's $53,000. So I anticipate he was saying that at minimum they're needing some tens of thousands of dollars. But this does match the amount that was appropriated, which was an increase of what was initially proposed. It was hearing the leadership of the Charter Commission and reaching a compromise last year. So I don't know if he was trying to express that on top of the $53,000 here that doesn't include salary services from the clerk's office to staff the Charter Commission. I'm not sure if he was saying it should be 77,000 total, or if he was just making sure that we don't cut that we don't gut that out, so that way they have some resources for training for legal expenses. Do you have anything further you can?
So but I guess the question is, has the Charter Commission reviewed this current budget to know what what's being proposed?
Yes.
Okay. So what I heard from him was more regarding training.
Okay.
And trying to pack in that 18 month, what they thought would be 3 years into the next 18 months. As far as training, have they retained someone for training purposes?
He needs the microphone ability.
I'm sorry.
They will be considering the Sugar Law Center, providing some training for them at their upcoming meeting, which is scheduled for next week, Thursday.
So they have enough to pay for for just 4 hours of training from Sugar Law, is what it sounds like, because there was somewhere close to $5,000, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna hold and pass for now and keep considering that.
Okay, but yeah, so $102,383 is what's proposed right now for the Charter Commission operations. 53,000 of that is non-staff resources. As with any other operations, I'm very open to making a course correction mid-year, or as a quarter of the year goes on. If through the clerk's office, we encourage the Charter Commission and their leadership, utilize the training and other legal expenses that's budgeted right now, so it can be communicated to them what's available to them right now in the remainder of this fiscal year. And then, absent any amendments here, that we are open to boosting that. But Councilman Nicholson, do you want to boost the training line item regardless right now?
No,
Okay.
I think we should take those as we get RFPs back.
Okay. All right, I'm going to keep going, or is it just related on that same
It's
item?
related to that same.
Okay, you have the floor.
Well, I just want to ask, I know Brother Kermit came this afternoon to talk about a $35,000 increase in the Charter Commission budget. Was that included? Or do we need to include that now? I don't think that was included. Brother Kermit asked for $35,000.
And that's what Councilman Nicholson was trying
Yeah,
to
it
get
doesn't appear
clarity
with
on,
that.
whether it.
Yeah, it doesn't
Okay.
appear, based on the clerk said they have seen the budget, so it doesn't look like it looks like they're asking for $35,000 more.
Okay.
I just want to know specifically where they want that parked,
want it
if that's
put.
a request, and how it would be utilized.
Thank you, sir.
For the sake, since we have it up, I'm going to make the motion to increase training expenses by $10,000 for the Charter Commission and legal services by $10,000. So it'd be $20,000 all in, increasing it greater. That may or may not be utilized, but that way I don't want them to dial back their sprint, picking up their pace by the message being sent. The resources are there to be able for them to do an effective job. And this is just making sure that they're clear that there's a financial support from the council for them to do their independent, but still very valuable to the overall city of Pontiac and good government work. So that's my motion to increase the training expense from 5 up to 15, and legal expenses, legal services for the Charter Commission from 15,000 up to 25,000. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay. It's been moved by McGinnis, seconded by Goodman. Any discussion? Anyone clear on it? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on that motion to amend to increase the Charter Commission's budget further.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
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 All right, that motion carries. The amendment passes and is reflected in the main motion. Councilman Nicholson, is there anything you've got on deck?
Not at this time, just looking to see what my last other notes were, if you could come back.
Sure. Councilman Goodman.
So I would like to make a change to what I believe would be 101-690-702. That'd be page 11, I believe.
101690.
Yep.
And the last digits are?
702000. So it should be salaries and wages.
Okay, the last item on page 11. Yeah.
And, tell me if this is the wrong place to put it. I would like to allocate $65K for an escrow account manager within housing and redevelopment, or if it is more aptly put under, code or building. There is multiple situations in which citizens of our city would need to use an escrow account. Obviously, my concern comes from the multiple the city of rentals that we have, and the number of negligent landlords and slumlords who, through one reason or another, is not doing right by providing adequate housing. Of course, in most cases, you tell someone to go get an escrow account and have them go through that entire process while dealing with the court. But just separate of that, there is a very useful ordinance that the city should look into, and I'm definitely going to push for it. And I believe it has been looked into before by the administration in terms of making it to where, unregistered properties cannot collect rent from tenants. There is a lot of legal stipulations that we can't just outright say that they cannot collect rent. However, what the city of Detroit does currently is they have within their building and safety department, because I don't know the entire acronym for BSEED, they, within the city themselves, run an escrow account for that specific system. That way, when an unregistered rental, which the city has many of, when that complaint is made, instead of having it to where that the tenant is paying still for rent directly to that negligent landlord, they are putting the money into an escrow account that, upon the landlord coming into compliance, would then be paid out. However, if they do not, that money is obviously not being paid by a tenant to a uncertified, non-compliant landlord who has no real driving reason to make any changes. So in doing so, we're solving a good chunk of one of our city's housing problems, which is, one, making sure that tenants are not getting massively screwed over by paying money in to avoid that they may or may not have that guarantees them housing, but also we're creating a system that way we are putting these negligent landlords on notice by saying, hey, you absolutely can get paid if you come into compliance. So I want to make that specific line item. That way we have someone to manage that escrow account, hopefully upon its creation. That way the city can do its proper job.
It's been moved by Goodman to increase that line item by $65,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Goodman, seconded by Parker. On discussion of the motion, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, I just got a quick question. So we'll create a position, so we'll take over managing escrow accounts for situations of landlords is not in compliance with city ordinances. Correct. I'm assuming. So I guess my question is that what's our responsibility if that renter decides not to even pay the city the escrow amount? So what will be our responsibility in that situation?
And so I feel like that would probably be outside of the purpose of the specific thing, because again, we're trying to make sure that that escrow account is available first and foremost, because it's extremely difficult to ask residents to go out and do that on their own. It's better if the city has some apparatus and way to do that. And I'd say that role in that position is solely in if a tenant is going to be paying rent, which they likely, again, in this case, is assuming that the tenant's already paying rent and they are living in a situation where the landlord has decided to not start doing landlordly duties because of whatever reason, again, them not being in compliance. This is a way that a tenant who is paying rent and was making this complaint can have that escrow account set up with the city, because again, not everyone is in the position to do that separately on their own. Them not paying, I'd say, constitutes a separate problem that's separate from this position, because this is to manage the escrow account that the city would either inevitably manage or in some way managing the handling of that funding.
Further discussion? Councilman Nicholson?
I want to have administration's perspective on whether or not we feel we have the ability or spot within the city to be able to start that service.
Well, the short answer is yes. I think we could do this. I think we're still trying to ascertain the legal lay of the land. We had originally been advised a year ago, roughly, that we could adopt an ordinance that would prohibit the ability of unregistered or uncertified landlords from obtaining money judgments. In other words, from obtaining court orders requiring tenants to pay unpaid rent if the landlord was not registered or certified. More recently, some attorneys have questioned that, our more recent attorneys, because we were utilizing a different law firm a year ago. And we're trying to work through the details of that. I think what Councilman Goodman is saying in terms of what Detroit does is accurate. But there's another question, which is, okay, so we have this escrow account. Typically, when there's an escrow account, the whole idea is that it's held there pending some determination of where the funds go. That's the whole idea of an escrow account, is it's not held by, in this case, it wouldn't be held by the tenant, it wouldn't be held by the landlord, and ultimately its disposition would be determined by someone. I think we want to be careful that we're not unilaterally making that determination, because that's a good way to get sued by one party or the other. But could we hold it in escrow pending a court order or a court judgment? Yes, I think in theory we could do that. I'd be interested to learn more about Detroit's experience and how they manage this. So I don't really know a whole lot about Detroit's experience or exactly how this would work, is the short answer to your question, Councilman Nicholson. So there are a lot of questions that I would want to ascertain the answers to.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the proposed amendment, increasing that line item by $65,000 under Department 690, redevelopment and housing for salaries and wages. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, no problem.
You want me to call the roll? Or?
Yeah, we already started voting. We gotta keep going.
Okay, so McGinnis?
No.
Nicholson? No. Parker?
No.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
No.
2 yeas, 4 nays.
That motion fails. Pro Tem Carrington, any new amendments or discussion?
I do, but I have to find it. I don't have my notes. So.
Councilman James?
On page 2047, I was wondering if somebody could clarify recreation facility, Department 756, what that is. As we've got a whole budget here outlined under recreation facility. Are those costs that are going to be going into McCarroll? I'm not sure what this is.
Great question. In previous budgets, you had two different departments that.
2047.
Yes. In previous budgets, you had two different departments that made up youth recreation. One of them was recreation facility, and one of them was youth sports. For ease of reading, we combined all of that into just one category called recreation facility. It really doesn't matter what you call it, but all of that is now youth recreation. And no, there is not a specific line on here that is just the McCarroll School building. This is the actual operations of youth youth enrichment in the city. The funds for the funds for the transformation of the McCarroll site are still sitting in either sequestered funds, or they are ARPA dollars that have not yet been specifically brought to the budget for programming.
Okay, thank you. On page 1347, under Code Enforcement 733, when we started, the first year that we started, well, last year, the budget, the previous council had allocated a $50,000 amount in the city council budget to pay for a animal control officer, an animal control person. I don't know why it was in the council budget, but it was the first one that we had. It's not in there. It was removed out of that budget. And of course, last year, you know, we couldn't do anything with that because we just simply did not have a code enforcement department. We didn't have the department that we wanted. Now we have a fully staffed code enforcement department. We are fortunate that we have a code enforcement manager who has significant credentials in animal control. And so now is really the time for us to exercise that position. We've got the code enforcement people, we've got the building inspecting people, but this city, because we've got so many inappropriate things happening with animals, that Oakland County simply can't handle all of it. And this is one of those areas that we can really benefit our residents and help them to feel safer when they're walking the streets, when they're, in their neighborhoods, by having someone they can call and someone they can get some of these issues addressed. So I think this is the time for us to add a code enforcement animal control officer to the code enforcement department. Was it 100,000? Okay.
So as Councilman Parker said, I do believe that that number was higher, but the reason why I asked for the floor was just to level set an expectation, and the mayor can expand on this a little bit more. The main issue with us hiring our own specific code enforcement officer for animal control is we, the city, do not own and operate a facility where we can take dangerous animals. So even if we have our own person on staff, we are still utilizing Oakland County's facility and can only take animals when Oakland County's facility is open. So we may be able to increase response times, maybe, but we are still beholden to the times that Oakland County's facility is open for us to bring animals to it. So I just want to make sure that we understand, we may be able, by hiring our own officer who is, in the city of Pontiac, you may get faster response times, but you still won't have weekend responding and you still won't have night responding because the Oakland County facility will still be closed during those time periods.
Mayor Brimer.
Yeah, I think this is actually an important topic, so I'm glad you're raising it. And there was money and is money, actually, in this year's budget. I had asked a code enforcement manager, McIntyre, to look into this a few months ago, and he did start looking into it. He's had conversations with Oakland County Animal Control. I did follow up with him about it about 2 weeks ago now, and he and I did not have a chance to have a deep conversation about it. Oakland County Animal Control does have 2 dedicated officers to the city of Pontiac, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and all they do is respond to animal concerns. Now, it's really specifically about dogs, to be a little more specific. But I think a lot of the, maybe not the only challenges, but I think a lot of the challenges are a lot of folks don't know who to call, and so they don't know to call Oakland County Animal Control even during those hours. And then maybe the bigger problem is after hours, meaning after 5 o'clock on weekdays and on weekends, there's really no service except in very serious emergencies, because there's one on-call animal control officer for the entire county. So while during business hours, if you will, Monday through Friday, there are 2 dedicated animal control officers by the county just for Pontiac. After hours and on weekends, there's 1 available animal control officer for the entire county. So I think for this to be, I think there's probably a way to do this if we can find 1 or more people who are willing to work after hours or on weekends. That, I think, is where the main gap is, at least when it comes to dogs. And I think in terms of safety, at least for the community, the biggest concern is dogs, stray dogs or dogs who are otherwise not attended to or off the leash. So I know Jack has been looking into this, and unfortunately he's not here, and I don't know anything more beyond what I've already shared with you.
Okay, well, I do think, though, that it's time for us to look at putting resources in that. In my mind, I don't really think we need to try to have a building to house these animals. You know, Oakland County is there, and we pay county taxes, so we should, but with our own professional, you know, we can work out, you know, an arrangement with them in terms of being able to house whatever he or she is able to do. But, you know, we've got so much work to do to shut down the kennels, to shut down the gambling operations, the dog fighting, and we've got a lot of huge problems with those kinds of things. And this is where we need our own dedicated officer that can get to know find out what is going on in this city and start addressing some of these things and shutting them down. So I'm still saying that I think it's time for us. This is our 2nd year. Last year, it just didn't make sense, you know. But this year, we need to add a code enforcement animal control officer.
So I just want to be very clear that I am not advocating against it. I just want to make sure that we understand we have a current limitation in that because we don't own and operate our own facility, we can only take animals to the Oakland County facility when it's open. That was my only point.
Anything further, Councilwoman James?
No, so if we've got 100,000 already that's somewhere in the budget, I have no idea where. So we don't really need to add any money. We just need to do what? What do we need to do here? What should
You should add it.
Where do you want it?
Because I was going to do that, but since you got it.
Oh, okay. Then I'm asking under code enforcement, not sure what this should go under. Would it go under additional other professional services? That would be the 101-733-818-000.
The short answer is yes. The more nuanced answer is, can the finance director or deputy mayor explain why 101-733-818-000-CF code? It looks like that's now the line item being utilized for other professional services, but what's the deal with CF code?
CF code is a grant. You would want the other professional services above it.
Okay. So Councilwoman James is moving to add $100,000 to 101-733-818.000 other professional services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Can we specify? Yes.
For additional animal control capacity. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by James, seconded by Parker. That's the motion before us. Is there any clarity or discussion? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on that proposed amendment.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment passes and will be incorporated into the main ordinance language. Councilman Parker, any new amendments or discussions? Okay, that's okay. That's healthy.
I do have I just haven't figured out where to put it. One of the things that I always talk about is care of the building that we reside in. I just don't know where to put it, because I think we need another full-time person. But I don't know where to put it in the process, but, so. DPW salary, so let me find. Just had it. DPW salary.
So Department 265 is building maintenance.
Building maintenance and salaries. I would just add another 65,000.
Okay. It's been moved by Parker to add $65,000 to Department 265 Building Maintenance 101 265 702.000. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay. Is everything, so it's now before us, from administration, under building maintenance, are those directly Department of Public Works staff?
They are. I am curious how many people Councilman James believes are working, doing custodial service currently, and how many he. I'm sorry, Councilman Parker, I meant, forgive me. How many people Councilman Parker thinks are currently doing custodial work in the building, and how many he wants to do custodial work?
Well, I've seen two. We budgeted for a part-time, which I've never seen last year, but we've increased the space that's being used in this building exponentially. And when I see the young lady that does it, well, as an example, even the hallways out there, I know somebody doesn't necessarily take care of them as the way they should be, nor does some of the other properties be taken care of the way they should be. And so I think we need another person. I would think one more person to take care of some of the cleaning, particularly of the public areas, bathrooms and things need to be cleaned more than once a day.
We currently have what I'll call sort of 1.5 people here, because we have 3 people between this building and the sheriff's substation. And we're getting maybe a little further afield, but I think what we're going to be proposing is to deploy the person who's currently primarily working at the substation as a laborer 1 into the field as a DPW field worker, and to include the substation in the contracted cleaning services that are currently doing the 50th District Court, the Ruth Peterson Center, and the Bowen Center, and then have 2 full-time people dedicated to this building, as opposed to 1.5, with one person splitting their time between this building and the sheriff's substation. So I think the budget as constructed already anticipates at least another half of an FTE dedicated to this building, if that helps.
Well, it's good to understand that, but I think you still need another full-time person just to cover the sick vacation relief piece of it.
It's been moved by Parker. Is there a second?
There was a second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just want to make sure it was seconded. Continue the debate. Any further discussion?
Let me make sure I get the count number right. 101 265 702 salary and wages, adding 65,000.
65,000, yeah. That's where we was putting it.
He says yes. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
No.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, motion carries, amendment passes. Councilman Nicholson, got anything queued up?
Yeah, just one last question. This will be my final. I just want for the finance director is aware of it, to double check whether or not we are including our brokerage fee. I'm not sure whether that's baked in and then scattered throughout, or if it's in a particular professional service within personnel services, but we're making that, that conscious effort to find a broker relationship that doesn't charge us a brokerage fee, which is unusual to be paying. So if that isn't there, please let me know before the next meeting so I can make an amendment to reduce that category. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Goodman, if he's still within earshot, he's welcome to make another motion. Pro Tem Carrington?
I have none for tonight.
Councilman James?
Yes, 1447, page 1447, 101, 818, 931, 005. That was my recommendation from last year when I asked for the Clinton River Trail to have a line item in the budget because it was being overlooked. And we ended up agreeing to list it as the linear park maintenance. And I just want to say that our trail needs some grass cutting work done. So I don't think even though we have a line item here for it, I'm not sure that we've got the process in place to maintain our trail. Do we know if we have grass cutting going on in the trails now?
It's an excellent question, Councilwoman, and I know that we're doing the maintenance of parks in general in-house, but whether that includes our linear park, that is to say the Clinton River Trail, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if you do or not, Deputy.
So I just want to make you aware that the Clinton River Trail there at Bodette is looking a little rough right now.
Your point is well taken.
Okay.
Can you tell me the line item number again?
The line item is 101-818-931-005. And Mr. President, I don't think we need to add anything there, do we? Because the budget is, I think Alex's budget will cover what needs to be done. We just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, understand.
Thank you. Councilman Parker?
I'm done for the night.
Councilman Nicholson?
Yep, yeah.
Any further questions or deliberations on the budget reading? Okay. Hearing nothing further, could I please have a motion to postpone for 1 week?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
Moved by Carrington, seconded by Nicholson. Any further discussion on postponement for 1 week? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, for the sake of time, I'll forego council communications. Mayor's office, your communications.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Just one communication, an important communication, which is we are very excited that we have our first annual Juneteenth celebration, citywide Juneteenth celebration, this coming Saturday, June 17th. We recognize that Juneteenth is officially on June 19th, but we thought to try to accommodate as many people's work schedules as possible, we would hold it on the third Saturday of the month, this Saturday, June 17th, from noon until 4 p.m. There will be block party style events happening along Bagley Street in the vicinity of Bagley and Wesson, the historic corner, the historic epicenter of the Black community in Pontiac. From 4 to 5 p.m. roughly, there will be a parade from the corner to downtown. And then from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., there will be celebrations and activities downtown that will ultimately crescendo into a fireworks display downtown. So please come on out, enjoy this fun event. I think it's going to be really, really a lot of fun and also a great way to celebrate Pontiac's history and this important, very important moment in American history. There'll be musicians and musical artists. There'll be fun and games for kids. There'll be storytelling. There'll be history displays. And it should be fun for everybody involved. If you're interested in participating in the parade, contact either Angie Powell here at City Hall at 248-758-3031, or you can also contact Representative Brenda Carter's office, because Representative Brenda Carter has been kind enough to lead the parade organizing efforts, and we look forward to seeing everybody this coming Saturday.
Mayor Gremmel, will City Hall be open on the Juneteenth federal holiday of June 19th?
It will not be. So we have our second year in a row of properly commemorating and celebrating Juneteenth by closing City Hall on Juneteenth. And so city employees this weekend will have a 3-day weekend, and we're excited that the city is finally properly celebrating Juneteenth by being closed on this important holiday.
State Representative Carter has asked for feedback from council members that plan to be marching in the Juneteenth parade, so that way she can give you a slot in the parade order. Pro Tem Carrington will be marching. Councilwoman James will be marching.
I tried to reach your office, but.
Okay, I'll relay that. Councilman Parker is a yes.
I will wave as you pass by. I have to work that day.
Okay, working. All right. Very good, and I'll follow up with the council members that aren't present to be able to report back to Representative Carter. Mayor Gremmel, your closing comments. By the way, happy birthday week to Mayor Gremmel.
Thank you. You know how I feel about my birthday, and I'm allergic to celebrating it, but thank you. Thank you very little for mentioning my birthday. No, but thank you for the well wishes. I do appreciate it, President McGinnis. I did just want to again, clarify misinformation. It grows tiresome having to clarify misinformation spread by previous elected officials every week. But in terms of American Rescue Plan dollars from the federal government, 2 important points. We have allocated $10 million of that money to the city's general fund once, not twice. I want to be really clear about that. We've said that many times in the past, but the person who spreads this misinformation continues to spread it, I think, knowing that it's false. Secondly, there are, in fact, federal restrictions on how American Rescue Plan money can be spent. We also have specifically designed certain programs here at the city, including the home improvement program, so that there are certain criteria that have to be met. But I do just want to be clear that cities cannot simply spend American Rescue Plan dollars on anything they want. There are federal guidelines, there are federal restrictions, and we want to make sure, in addition to that, that we're being good, sound stewards of this once-in-a-generation opportunity to spend this one-time money in a way that makes a really important positive impact in the quality of life of our residents. And that's why we've been so mindful and deliberative about how we've designed the home improvement program, and it's why we'll be equally deliberative when we design the small business assistance programming, when we design workforce development programming, and when we design other important programming using this one-time money. That's all I have.
Deputy Mayor Stevens, happy birthday week to you. Any closing comments?
Thank you, Council President. The only closing comment I have is this Juneteenth, I hope everyone really takes time to celebrate and commemorate the passing of the Crown Act.
Clerk Doyle, happy birthday week to you. Any closing comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. No comment.
Councilman Parker, happy birthday week plus to you, even though you didn't want to say anything. Any closing comments?
Yes, sir. I just want to thank everyone who helped me celebrate the 44th anniversary of my 21st birthday. It was a very good day had by all. I just want to thank this administration for continuing to work with each and every one of us to try to make the city better. And I just want to thank them for taking the time to respectfully do some of the corrections that they have to do each week to people who come and do misinformation just for the sake of doing misinformation. With that, I say everybody have a great day. For those of you who don't know, I believe the county is having their Juneteenth celebration tomorrow from 11 to 2, I think it is, 11 to 2. I anticipate that I will be there at some point. Might be a little bit late because some of my kids from school are graduating. They invited me to their graduation ceremony, so I'm sure I'll be a bit late, but I'll be there. And with that, I say good evening, Pontiac. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Councilman James, closing comments?
I have a district council meeting on June the 22nd, Thursday, June 22nd at 6 o'clock at the new Mount Moriah International Church on Walton Boulevard. So all District 4 residents are invited, and in fact, anyone is invited that would love to come. Love to see everybody. That's it.
Councilman Nicholson.
Reminder about the District 2 advisory meeting is Monday. It's always the fourth Monday of every month, Monday the 26th, at Goldner Walsh at 7 p.m. We have cats. We have cookies, so come hang out with the cats and the cookies. Other than that, want to remind District 2 residents, please, please, please contact the WRC. We are getting closer to our goal, but we have to get to the minimum of 70% of people signing off on the service line replacements before we can start the larger projects. So if you need help with that, or if you don't understand what I'm talking about, give me a call. And we will guide you through the process. But we've got streets coming, we've got sewers coming, we've got clean water lines and high pressure lines. So it's a big win-win-win for us, but we just need everybody to sign those release forms.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Due to it's sort of late, I'd just like to thank everybody that's online as well as that came to the meeting today. Also, I'm still looking for district projects for the 6th district. I'm currently working on a few, but please contact me as soon as you can concerning some district projects. And good night.
All right. Good evening to Pontiac. I want to remind everybody that we have the Pride and Beautification Awards. Nominations are now open, now through July 15th. Each of the posters, we have more, but these are each for city council members to take to either share at your district meetings or to circulate in your neck of the woods. And there's more where that came from if you find different businesses or neighborhood places that could utilize them. Want to thank everyone for their time tonight. We got a lot done, so I won't vent about the time spent doing it. We covered a lot of ground, but thank you for the council's receptivity for us to trying to be efficient. And we did so tonight, even though it was lengthy. And I want to acknowledge that households throughout Pontiac got their newsletters from the city. At our district meeting last night, there was a lot of positive feedback about grateful that that information went out and looking forward to that continued communication from the city about services, resources, upcoming signature events of the city and in the community. So we are grateful for that outreach that the city is undertaking. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Five yeas, no nays. 5 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. We're adjourned at 10:11 p.m.